Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Friday evening. It is approximately 20 minutes to post time, and we have blue skies overhead for this Friday evening of racing, featuring the Prospect Series finals. A great card of racing lined up. 10 dashes for your harness racing enjoyment, track listed as fast. And shall we get right to the changes on this evening's card of racing? Note there are no changes in races 1 or 2. In race number 3, number 8, Promise for Life, the driver will be Chris Christoforou. Chris Christoforou drives number 8, Promise for Life. And number 9, Glancaster Hall, the driver will be Colin Kelly. Colin Kelly will drive 9, Glancaster Hall. Races 4 and 5 have no changes. No changes, races 4 or 5. Race number 6. Note that number 3, Pretty Boy Duke, is scratched. And number 10, Country Boy Tough, is going to move in and score post position 3. Country Boy Tough gets to move in. 3, Pretty Boy Duke is out. The 7th race, a driver change in number 6, Insanity. It'll be Colin Kelly. Colin Kelly drives number 6, Insanity, in race number 7. Race number 8, note that number 4, Building Hope, the driver will be Paul McKenzie. Paul McKenzie will drive 4, Building Hope, in the 8th. Ninth race, number 7, All Muscle and Sass. Driver to be announced. Race 9, 7, All Muscle and Sass. Driver to be announced. And the 10th race, number 7, 2 Drinks Ago, is scratched. Race 10, scratch 7, 2 Drinks Ago. Those are all the changes that we have at this moment. Note there are no changes in races 1 or 2, and it is time to welcome in our co-host and handicapping expert, Robert Reed Jr. And Robert, I can tell you the track condition looks just outstanding. The track crew has done a great job all year, and I think we're going to have a great night of racing. Welcome to a Grand River show for this evening.
Hey, I'm very excited about tonight. And you know what? The fact that the track is playing fast, even better. It's the finals of the Prospect Series here tonight at Grand River Raceway in beautiful Lower Ontario. I wish I could be there with you. I was planning on it, but ran into a couple of issues that I couldn't make it out there tonight. But hey, it's a great card. We've got 10 dashes on tap. 8 of those will be finals of the Prospect Series, which is kind of like the novice section of the OSS. So for horses that might do okay in the grassroots or might just be below that level, it's a great spot for them to develop and come into their own. So very excited to host those 8 races tonight. And of course, we've got the Pick 5 guarantee starting in the opener at $2,500. Gary and I have mapped out tickets for you, as we usually do, and we'll be back at around 8 minutes to post to take a look at those.
The Ontario Select Sale returns in 2021. The sale will be held September 26th at Winback Farm of Canada in Inglewood, Ontario. The sale will be live and have online bidding available. It also features First Ontario crop yearlings from My MVP. Sale consignment also highlighted by yearlings from Art Speak, Better Than Cheddar, and Shadow Play. For more information, visit OntarioSelectYearlingSale.com.
right? We got 8 minutes away until the opener. You know what that means? It's time to look at the pick five. Guaranteed pool of $2,500. Gary and I always map out suggested tickets for you, try to keep them economical. And we'll take a look at my ticket first. And I kept it a little bit cheaper tonight. I've been spending a little bit more lately, but kept it to $10.80. And we're going to spread out in the first couple of legs anyways. The 1, 2, and 8 in the opener. The one lady to watch, I think, is the one to beat. But I also know that she's going to be a big favorite. So I think if we can get her beat, maybe we can put some value in the ticket. So going 3 deep in the opening leg. Second leg, same thing again. 3 deep. The 1, 5, and 7. Love Jackie of all trades moving into a condition claimer. But Land of Paradise, the 1, usually races well when she has the pole position. Third race. 3, 5, 2 deep. I love Sir Ballykiel, but Resolute Bay, you might rebound after a break last time, so I wanted to go 2 deep there. My single is in race 4. Number 1, Always Watching. Think this filly is going to be primed for another real big effort here at Grand River, and she gets the best post to work from, so she's my single. In race 5, the money leg, 3 deep again. The 2, 3, and 5, Molise and Tioga Sunshine are the 2 obvious ones, but Arcana is one that I've had my eye on, and it all comes down to if she can ever stay flat. If she stays flat tonight, maybe, just maybe, she can pull off a huge upset and make our ticket pay handsomely. So $10.80 for yours truly. Let's see what Mr. Gary Guy has in store for us tonight.
Well, my typical $9.60. I may not get the pick 5 off, but at least I'm consistent with how much I spend to chase it. In the first race, my top 3 are the 1, 2, 8, but I only went with the 1, 2. I'm going to say that to post 8. I like the horse, don't like the post. Second race, Rob, I'm a little confused. So you have the 1, 5, 7, but it says in my sheet that you have the 5, 2, 7, and 3 as your top 4 in the race. So is that wrong, or you're throwing in a horse that's not one of your top 4 in your picks?
In the second race?
Yeah, it says that your selections are 5, 2, 7, 3, but yet your pick 5 is 1, 5, 7.
No, my selections are 5, 1, 7, 3.
Well, there you go. Well, hey, listen.
And you know what? I just realized I sent them in incorrectly, so thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Gary Guy. I have to fix that.
Oh, I'm just here to keep you straight. Not that I'm exactly all that straight, but nonetheless. But I have the 7 and 3, Something Royal. I actually think Something Royal can overcome the post. Love Something Royal. And 3, Lydia's Liberty. In race number 3, we kind of look at this race the same way. You have the 3, 5, but 4 is your third pick. But I did include the 4, so I have the 3, 4, and 5 is my 3 horses that I'm using there. In the fourth race, yeah, I agree that Always Watching, but I wanted to try to find the price, and I thought maybe this is the place that I can get Always Watching beaten. And if Always Watching is the favorite I expect, so I have the 1, 2, 3, and 9. They're all very legit in there. But Always Watching is really good. I understand why you singled that one. In the fifth race, you know what? I singled 3, Tioga Sunshine, although, yes, the others do have a solid shot, but I went with just Tioga Sunshine alone. $9.60, Rob, is my pick 5, and now that we've got your second race all straightened out, you're good to go this evening.
Well, I appreciate that. I didn't even realize that in my my race-by-race selections, I have the wrong numbers. I'll fix those, though, for sure. And we spent around the same amount. We've got a couple of different ideas, and we only have 4 combinations where we can both be winners tonight on this evening of the Prospect Series final. So I'm cheering for that. Not a very good chance it happens, but hey, you never know. Maybe me and Gary can both have some extra money going into this weekend. Let's take a look at the opener. We got just 4 minutes to post now. Philly Mares Claimers, $15,000 is the claiming tag. The condition is non-winners of $20,000 life. And listen, Lady to Watch is the one to beat in here, especially getting down to the pole position. Post 7 in each of her last 2. Went to the front from that spot 2 back and blew the field away last time, got away 4th, and was only able to advance the position. But now you come right down to the pole position, and that post relief should be really all it takes for her. But I did go 3 deep in here in the pick 5 because The effort two back was obviously a devastating win. Then finishing third last time, I just wanted to have a little bit more coverage, so I did use number two, my second selection, Moonlight Beach, who last time went to the lead, ended up fading to finish third, but I don't mind that effort at all. And I liked that field that she faced, and it was, I think, a little bit tougher than what Lady to Watch faced. So I like Moonlight Beach for a chance, and 13-1 looks like a real big number on that mare right now. Number 8, Counter Currency. Well, it's a pretty big drop in class, isn't it? Non-winners of 2 at Mohawk Park, a grassroots race last time, and the issue for me is just the post. But the post does not warrant her being 25-1. That's just crazy. Now 7-1. As I say that, it always happens that way. I say it, and boom, she drops to 7-1. And Counter Currency, if she had drawn inside on here, she'd have to be the favorite, I would think, because of the fact that she's been racing a non-winners of 2 against some really nice horses. I mean, racing for the mark would be 1 to 1,000 in here if that was possible in our parimutuel system. And then the fourth pick for me is number 4, Witness in the Shadow. Another one that gets back into the claiming ranks, now the condition claiming ranks, and just one that I think that might be able to improve for a better effort than what we've seen in her last few starts racing against Open Non-Winners Company. I love that classification switch, and that's what you see tonight on this one. And others agree, because I was hoping she'd be around 20-1, and she's only 9-1. We'll see what she has at post time. But for me, it's all about number 1, Lady to Watch. This is my top selection. But Moonlight Beach and Counter Currency right now both offering value at 12-1 and 7-1, because I don't think the variance between Lady to Watch and them is as big as the odds board reflects right now. But we'll come back and talk more about the opener with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for race number 1 on parade. 1, Lady to Watch, Travis Henry for Caleb Stevens. Number 2 is Moonlight Beach, Paul McKenzie for Jim Curran, Jim Morrissey, and Lorna Davis. Number 3 is Pride of My Stride, Colin Keller for Mike McLennan and Phyllis McLennan. 4 is Witness in the Shadow, Nick Stewart for Bud Sinclair and Lindsay Sinclair. And number 5, Little Mary Tullamore for Mike Salas and Link Stable. And number 6 is Bright Lilibet, Nick Boyd for Kendall Ron and Bryden Farms. And number 7 is Latte Seals for Jason Ryan for Scott Friend. Number 8 is Counter Currency, Brent McDonough for Richard Moreau and Michelle Barril and Mike Romanelli and Sylvain Deschanel. And number 9 is Shadow 1, Ryan Roche for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Bradley McNiven. It is a field of 9, race number 1. Let's get right to it on this fine Friday evening. And there is number 1, Lady to Watch, and definitely is the one to watch in here. In fact, Rob went to the front from post 7 2 races ago, so I think I know what the plan would be from post position 1. And Lady to Watch also is one that shows 7 top 2 finishes in 12 starts this year, so comes in sharp.
Yeah, she's been racing really well, and those 2 efforts in post 7 here at Grand River, anytime you can get a piece of it from out there, it's good. And she was a dominant winner 2 back from that spot. 2-5 good. I don't know. I understand why she's that low of a price, and I figured she'd be the odds-on favorite, but for me, I still think 2-5 in this opener with some horses that are moving into a condition claiming race for the first time might be too short of a price.
And also interesting with Lady to Watch is I think Moonlight Beach could be the trip horse here. We'll look at 2 Moonlight Beach, and look, Moonlight Beach should be able to get the pocket. Might even try to go to the front, but I think the pocket would be the logical place. And Shadow 1 has shown you twice from the trailer post that she's not going to be up. Got away 8th and 7th from the trailer post here, so the pocket position should be open. Paul McKenzie and Moonlight Beach. And look at this one. 10 out of 16 in the top 2.
I think you're exactly right, Gary. The 2-hole should be the spot for Moonlight Beach, and we've seen this horse perform well off of a nice trip in the past, and also can do it on the front end. Last time, I don't think it was really a poor effort at all. Went to the front, held a healthy margin throughout, ended up finishing third. But I actually liked both Marsan Canover and Premier Bettina on that occasion. So I think that Moonlight Beach right now at 9-1, that's a big overlay. I think she should be more like 3-1 in here at most. We'll see what price she is at post time, but I think you're onto something. If she lands a 2-hole here, she's going to be dangerous.
Well, at number 2, Moonlight Beach sat a pocket trip August 20th and finished a close second to Keep Watching, one that you think enough of to use as a key a little later on in the pick 5. Moonlight Beach, 9-1. There is number 8, Counter Currency. Look, 2 and 3 starts back. Raced some solid company non-winners at 2 at Mohawk. So my only reason for not using this one in the pick 5 is post 8.
Yeah, it's just post 8 for me as well. I put her in the pick 5 because I couldn't not after those races at Mohawk Park. She won by a neck over Village J, Deja Vu, Sealster. She got beat 7, but she was still second to Racing for the Mark and was bet down to 7-5 in that contest. Racing for the Mark would be, a monumental favorite against this group. Last time against grassroots types and Counter Currency, it all comes down to post, and if she can ever get into the race, she's good enough to win in here. She's plenty good enough to win in here, but post 8 is a spot that wreaks havoc with horses' chances. But I still think that 6-1, I couldn't blame anyone for taking a shot on this filly.
And also Counter Currency came up big back half, 54-3 last time out. 4 Witness in the Shadow has some gate speed and should at least be forwardly placed. Good opening quarter last time out.
Yeah, I just think that, getting into the condition claiming ranks is the key for this one. You look and see some optional claiming races further down the page and, racing against, Lydia's Liberty and Lady KDB, those types. And I just think she kind of figures to get a piece in here. I'm not sure she's a win candidate. She's over 17 on the season, and you never really want to get, behind one like that, on top. But I think for hitting the ticket somewhere, 19-1 is good value. And
there's 6 Brad out a little bit, only beaten half a length to Moonshiner's Credit last time out, and that was in this class in 56. So Brad out a little bit at 11-1. May have a shot to get on the ticket.
Just really depends if she can get off the gate, because when she flashes speed, she usually gets a piece of it. So I think if she can fire off the gate and be forwardly placed, she can be there.
It's a field of 9, race number 1, first of 10 dashes on this Friday evening under blue skies, and the track is dry. Giddy up, let's get rolling. Lady to Watch in Moonlight Beach, and Pride of My Stride on the inside. In the center, Witness in the Shadow, Little Mary, and Bride down a little bit to the outside. Latte, Silster, Counter Currency, and the second tier, Shadow 1. Field of 9, race 1. It is post time. Here they come. Field 4, race number 1. Is at the start of the off, Lady to Watch in Moonlight Beach and Witness in the Shadow. And then it is Pride of My Stride as the field works the way around the turn. Lady to Watch, Moonlight Beach now is going to slide into the pocket. Witness in the Shadow is racing on the outside. Continuing on the outside is Counter Currency. And Pride of My Stride is racing fifth. And then it is Shadow 1. Bride down a little bit. Little Mary and Latte Sealster. Lady to Watch has got the lead. Moonlight Beach moves up right close, filling the pocket. Witness in the Shadow is third, and Counter Currency and Brett McDonald getting away fourth, 27-3 the opening quarter. Pride of My Stride, Colin Kelly racing position 5. Then it is Shadow 1 and Brian DeRoche, and back to Bride down a little bit, and Nick Boyd. Then Little Mary and Latte Sealster, they race off the turn. Lady to Watch has got the lead. Moonlight Beach is filling the pocket as they roll on towards us, and on the inside third, Witness in the Shadow. Here comes Counter Currency now, and up and moving against Lady to Watch with Moonlight Beach on the inside. Pride of My Stride is racing second over fourth. Then Witness in the Shadow. On the outside, Shadow 1, and then Bride down Lillibit, and back to Latte, Sealster, and Little Mary. On down the backstretch, Lady to Watch has got the lead. Lady to Watch, Counter Currency, grinding first over. Moonlight Beach, enjoying the view in the pocket. And on the outside, Pride of My Stride, then Witness in the Shadow. Outside racing sixth is Shadow 1, Bride down Lillibit is seventh, and then Latte, Sealster, and Little Mary. It is still Lady to Watch at 1-5 on the board, and looking like a 1-5 horse. They race by inside 3/4, 127-2. And it is Lady to Watch on the outside. Counter Currency, and Moonlight Beach has been getting the pocket trip and is looking for the passing lane. And then Proud of My Stride and Witness in the shadow on down the stretch drive for Lady to Watch. Moonlight Beach up the inside, but Lady to Watch, we can watch this one back in the winner's circle. Counter Currency second. Moonlight Beach was third. And then finishing fourth was Witness in the shadow. 156-1. Race number one. Well, we thought Lady to Watch was the one to beat, and she was the one to watch the whole way around.
And she even went down in price too to 1 to 5, and you said in the race she looked like a 1 to 5 shot. I mean, she did that pretty easy, and did get tested a little bit by Counter Currency first over, and that one was put into play tonight. We were worried about the 8 hole, but I mean, she got a pretty fair shot at this favorite and couldn't get to her. So, Lady to Watch, much the best in the opener, and you called it dead on, Gary. You're a great trip handicapper, and Moonlight Beach got the trip, but just couldn't convert off it tonight because Lady to Watch was too good.
Yeah, and it was nice that Brett McDonald, he got away fourth. He was moving up on the outside, found a nice little seat, and did it the best you can do out of post position 8. But Lady to Watch on the inside, that's a tough thing to beat from post 8. Beating Lady to Watch that's all revved up, gets the front, and gets even fractions, 58-2. There's the breather, 30-4 in the second panel. Really is the clincher for Lady to Watch, although still had some work to do in the lane.
Yeah, in the opening quarter, when I saw that flush up 27-3, I said, okay, now we're gonna find out if she can go the testing for actions. But then you're right, we get that second quarter of almost 31 seconds, pretty much lights out at that point. Witness in the shadow got kind of hung out in the first turn, and then ended up finding a seat in the 3 hole. And I thought actually that one was going to back away in the last turn, but she actually fought pretty gamely to finish fourth, and that was the horse I was looking at to hit the ticket as a bomb. It kind of doesn't matter in the end when you go the 3 favorites almost in order ahead of her, but it's still nice to see her hit the bottom end of the Super.
Well, Rob, your top 4 were 1-2-8-4, and it came in 1-8-2-4, so you were wrong. Lady to Watch is back in front of us. Lady to Watch is the winner of race number 1 in 156-1. A 4-year-old, he's watching Baymare, owned and trained by Caleb Stevens. Travis Henry, the winning drive, 3rd win this year, 7th lifetime. Lady to Watch, 156-1. The first race payouts: 1 Lady to Watch, 270, 210, 210. 8 Counter Currency, 350, 232. Moonlight Beach, $232 exactor, $13.70. Try, $19.70. Super, $84.15. The first race over a finish from the top, so 135 497 628. That's 135 497 628. Field for the second race on parade. One is Land of Paradise, Ryan DeRoche for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst, and Brother McNiven and Shirley Griffin. Number 2 is Transcendence, Pat Hudot for Gary Kingshot. 3, Lydia's Liberty, Tyler for Randy Marriage and Ron Nobes. 4 is Hand on the Verge, Jason Ryan for Mitchell Tierney and Jim Maximo Racing. 5 is Jackie of All Trades, Austin Sorry for Anthony Beaton and David Mercer and David Lumsden. And number 6, Come On Son, Colin Kelly for Sean Stacy and Kathleen Mark Stacy and Steve Kolowski. Number 7 is Something Royal. Brian McDonough, Richard Moreau, Don Beeland, and Cheryl Morrow. 8 is Big Diamond. Robert Shepard for Isabel Darvaux. And number 9 is See the Delight. John Rankin Jr. drives and trains and owns. The second race, a field of 9. Looking at this field, first up, we'll look at number 5, Jackie of All Trades. And Jackie of All Trades is one that's, got one win this year, 6 out of 11 in the top 3. Jackie of All Trades had been racing at Woodbine. Not sure if Rob is with us. Jackie of All Trades, your top pick, Rob.
I'm with you. And Jackie of All Trades is one that this is a big drop in class. Let's face it here. This is a condition claimer. She's been racing against the OSS Grassroots and non-winners of 2 at Mohawk Park, and a lot of those horses, would be heavily favored in here. And her only victory on the season came in elimination for the Kin Pace earlier in the year. I thought she'd have a good year in the Grassroots, and it just didn't really pan out for her. And I just think on the drop in class, and if she could even be a shade of her former self, she should have every chance in here. But every chance at 2 to 5, I'm not a big fan of that, Gary.
You went to number 1, Land of Paradise, as your second choice, and I neglected to use this one on my pick 5, and you do have this one. And Land of Paradise, if you look at the last 3 times this one landed from a good gate spot, you see 2 1s and a 2. They were all here. You see 2 seconds, actually 3 second-place finishes. Land of Paradise is one that can land a trip and be a big factor here, 5 to 1.
Yeah, just 1 for 19 on the season, but like you said, hits the board a lot, 10 times in the top 3. And she's really a trip horse. I mean, she does her best work when she gets a favorable trip, and especially when she starts from the pole position. And I think tonight she might be, suited to sit a 2-hole trip or something like that. And I just thought that, she might go off on an overlay, which she is right now at 5 to 1. And, if there's ever kind of action in front of her, or maybe, Jackie of All Trades or whoever the pace setter is falters late, she can get the job done in here. And I wouldn't want to not have her on my ticket. I kind of get a little bit leery of horses that are 1 for 19, but I didn't want to leave her off. And 9 to 2, I think, is a pretty good price.
Number 7, Something Royal, is my top one. Now, I know that last race, it didn't look good, and that's post 8, and now this is post 7. But there was interference involved there as well. But also, you see this one racing pretty well from off the pace, July the 30th, post 7, and winning with the broken equipment by 2. And look, 5 wins, 15 starts in the year, 3 in a row before that, then a second, a fourth, then a second, and then that tough last one. But I think Something Royal, I like 5 to 1 on this one.
Yeah, 5 to 1's a good price on Something Royal. And the thing is, I remember that start too. That was first start for these connections with the broken equipment, and driven first over pretty hard on that occasion with that broken equipment to win pretty easily, and then did so really. The next 2 after that were all easy victories. I mean, I don't think she ever broke a sweat in those ones. And then you look at the Georgian Downs and the Flambeau line and say, okay, maybe that was against some tougher rivals, and then last time post 8 here, you're going to throw it out. But the problem for me is post 7 now. So I like Something Royal. I used her in my pick 5. I put her in the 3rd spot. I just kind of struggle with how she ends up getting a trip in here, and if she does win, where does she come from?
The one that you didn't use in your pick 5, and I did, is 3, Lydia's Liberty, and a lot of that has to do with Randy Marriage. I've seen him put up some strong numbers in the past, especially the win column this year. Lydia's Liberty also has a favorable post and has some gate speed. 7 to 1. I like Lydia's Liberty in here as a nice value play, and possibly one that can win.
Yeah, my 4th pick in the race, and I went 3 deep in the pick 5, and usually I spend a little more than I did, so maybe I could have went 1 more deep in here and used Lydia's Liberty. I've always liked this horse, and 4 for 9 in the season, so high percentage winner, and one that you look at last time, decent effort to finish 2nd. We got placed up to the victory, and before that was at Mohawk Park at 71 to 1 against much tougher. Only got beat 4 lengths in 7th, so you get an inside post to work from, or relatively inside anyways, in post 3, and I think she can get away well enough off the gate to have a chance. 7 to 2 on the board. I'd want a bigger price than that if I was betting her to win. I'd probably want something closer to 6 or 7 to 1.
The value that I love on the board is 4, Hand on the Verge, because of course I called that race September the 12th. Post 8 wired the field by 5 1/4 on a track that was off a couple of seconds.
And that was a monstrous effort. I watched that race, and it was a real nice effort from Hannah on the Verge. And I think the problem in here is there's so many options that she just gets overlooked and goes off at 13-1. Because I agree, she's an overlay.
Yeah, that is just leaving that horse off kind of scares me, especially at that price. We'll see if it mattered. It could. It's a field of 9. Land of Paradise. Transcendence. Lydia's Liberty on the inside of the center. Hand on the Verge and Jackie of All Trades to the outside. Come on, son. Something Royal. Big Diamond. Second tier. See the Delight. Field of 9. Race number 2. Field for the second race, gathering speed. And there at the start of the round, Lydia's Liberty, Hannah on the Verge, and Land of Paradise and Transcendence, and Jackie of All Trades. The field fires into the turn. Lydia's Liberty is able to come away with the lead. Hannah on the Verge is racing to the outside second. Land of Paradise has landed in the pocket. Jackie of All Trades continues, and now it is Hannah on the Verge and Jason Ryan who's come on to get the lead. Jackie of All Trades on the outside is moving up. Lydia's Liberty is racing third. Land of Paradise is racing fourth, and then it is Transcendence, and back further now is See the Delight. Then Come On Son, Something Royal, and Big Diamond. They race on past the opening quarter, and now it is Jackie of All Trades who's traded positions with Hannah on the Verge. 28 seconds the opening quarter. Lydia's Liberty is racing third. Now Land of Paradise is up and driving, and racing fifth is Transcendence. They race off the turn, and it is Jackie of All Trades who's got the lead. Hannah on the Verge is in the pocket. Land of Paradise to the outside. Transcendence is part of the outer flow. Second over. Lydia's Liberty is locked down to the inside. Now Something Royal is moving up on the outside, and See the Delight. They work into the backstretch, and then it is back to Come On Son to the inside. A Big Diamond to the outside is trailing the field. Jackie of All Trades has a lead of about a length and a quarter. Land of Paradise to the outside. Getting up a little closer. Hand on the Verge looks alive in the pocket. Transcendence is spotted second over fourth. Lydia's Liberty is on the inside 5. Something Royal is racing sixth. And the field hustles their way on towards three quarters. And dueling on top. Jackie of All Trades on the inside. Land of Paradise on the outside. Hand on the Verge. And now Lydia's Liberty moves up a little bit closer. And then it is See the Light and Big Diamond. Out 3 wide when Something Royal, and on the inside, Come On Son. Land of Paradise and Jackie of All Trades, and on the inside, Hand on the Verge looks up the passing lane as they come to the finish. Jackie of All Trades and Land of Paradise. Jackie of All Trades wins it. Land of Paradise was second. Then Hannah on the Verge and close for fourth. 156-3. Race number 2. A spirited dash to the finish, Rob.
Yeah, Jackie of All Trades, got to the front, and again, to me, it was just really about the class relief for this one. And it was a monumental drop down in class. She floated up to 7-5 before the race, but let's talk about Land of Paradise for a second. We talked about her being the trip horse and a horse that needs a good trip to win. She didn't win, but she came pretty darn close, going a real difficult trip first over a long way. I did not think that she would have much of a chance if she had to go that kind of a trip, and it wasn't like they went slow fractions and she just kind of hung around. They were going pretty good, pretty good pace throughout, and 56-3 is a nice mile for this group, and she only gets beat a slim margin on the wire.
Yes, and also it was interesting, Jackie of All Trades, Austin Soria, how he kind of delayed his move and then got up to the front. And look at that, was close to the finish, but still, it was 5 Jackie of All Trades. But I thought Austin Soria did a nice job in how he managed to get up and get the front past the quarter.
Yeah, he did. I like the delayed moves, here at Grand River sometimes, because if you try to gun out into the turn, you might get into some trouble when you hit that turn. It was more of a delayed type move to kind of just march up and get there down the backside. And Jackie of All Trades, just 2 wins so far in her career, but this is definitely the easiest spot she's probably ever raced in. So nice to see her get back into the winner's circle. And the last, I was going to say, here we go again, the last horse that Gary talks about, Hannah on the Verge, perfect 2-hole trip. Thought she might go and maybe challenge late, but she did hang on for third.
And definitely, a couple of moments there, because raced well at Flamborough, and it came down in price. You see 9-2 on 4 Hand on the Verge.
Yeah, a lot of late money. Look at that, though. Fourth, See the Delight. Donnie Rankin Jr. lights up the bottom end of that super at 90 to 1.
I see that. It's a 5-1-4-9. Back in front of us, 5 Jackie of all trades, a 3-year-old better than Cheddar Bay filly. Austin Sorry. Awesome Austin with the winning drive for trainer Anthony Beaton, who shares an ownership with David Mercer and David Lumsden. Jackie of all trades, second win this year, third lifetime, 156-3. Second race payouts, 5 Jackie of all trades, 480, 270, 230. 1 Land of Paradise, 360, 310. 4 Hannah on the Verge, 430. The $2 exactor, $13.30. Dollar try, $22. Dollar super, $270.75. And the double, $9.60. Numbers 1 and 5. Second race order of finish from the top. 296317854. That's 296317854.
Just saw a beautiful shot of an Aurora sunset brought to you by our amazing broadcast team here at Grand River Raceway. Well, race two, Jackie of all trades gets it done. Favorite players cash again. Awesome, awesome story in the bike. And not just an awesome driver, but an awesome dude. Gave his whip away after race one to a young lad. So just love to see that. Good stuff, Austin. All right, race number three. Here we go, folks. We're going to start 8 races in a row of Prospect Series finals. So we're going to say we got 8 co-main events tonight. That's what we're just going to say. We're going to say 8 co-main events. And in this one here, we've got Prospect Series final for 2-year-old colts on the trot. So we got rookie trotters here, which can sometimes be fun to handicap. But, for me personally, I thought this race, there was a bit of a standout to me. That's number 3, Sir Ballykiel. I really like his chances. And he got a win in the Prospect Series last time at Flamborough. Ended up coming first over. And then scored, by a healthy margin at the wire as a big favorite. Before that was racing in the grassroots for, quite a few starts, and also made the final of the Balanced Image at Hanover. So some nice form references for Sir Ballykiel, and I just think that he figures in here, and I really believe that he'll probably get away somewhere reasonably well, and he's versatile. He can come first over. He can race off a helmet. I think he's got lots of options for Jason Ryan. So right now 4-1 on the board. I can't imagine that price holding up. I think he's got to take a lot more money than that come post time. For second, number 5, Resolute Bay. Last time was actually the heavy favorite at 35 cents the dollar at Flamborough Downs in a race that was won by the 4, Serenade Street. Made a break in stride, went to the lead, made a break in stride, and then still recovered to finish third. So you've got to respect that. But before that effort, won 2 in a row, including one in the Prospect Series at Hanover. A nice win over this surface as well. So we know that he likes it here at Grand River. He's actually raced well in both of his starts here at the Rivers. So Resolute Bay is one I think you have to consider in here. I see Ontario Racing went to that one on top. He's a nice looking chestnut gelding by Resolve, and I just think that, he merits respect in here. I put him in for second. I can't fault anyone, though, for putting that one on top. 3-1 on the board. Looks like a good price on that one as well. Number 4 is Serenade Street. Interesting one because was the benefactor of that one breaking stride last time. He had the 2-hole, inherited the lead. Horses get brave when they inherit the lead, then he went on to win it. It was his third start for trainer Richard Moreau. Didn't really have any success in the grassroots, nor in a non-winners of one race at Mohawk Park. So I kind of thought that Serenade Street might be one to steer clear of for me, at least in the pick 5. 7-2 on the board, not taking the support that I was expecting, but still taking some support. I wanted to steer clear and stick to Sir Ballykiel and number 5, Resolute Bay, but I do respect his chances to hit the ticket. Number 6, Arch Ruler, 7-2 on the board, was actually the favorite just a few moments ago. One that I think you have to consider for a share of it, somewhere underneath anyways. Last 2 times in the Prospect Series, finished second. Earlier in the season, even raced in the Millard Farm Series at Mohawk Park against really tough competition. Delgado was the winner of that one. He actually went down and won a New York Sire Stakes race today. So I think that Arch Ruler is one you've got to consider for a piece of it, but I just think he might be a notch below the others that we've mentioned. So I put him in the 4th spot. Really nice race, though, to kick off our early pick 4 here at Grand River. Make sure you start mapping out your wagers for that one. It's the Prospect Series final for 2-year-old colts on the trot, and we'll come back and talk about just a few moments.
Field for the 3rd on Parade 1, Missouri. Rick Zeron drives and trains and owns. And number 2, Rolling in Clover, Geek and Yaw for Louis Latolipe Incorporated and Bruno Blouin. 3 is Sir Ballykiel, Jason Rod for Joshua McKibben and Ballykiel Racing. And number 4 is Serenade Street, Brian McDonough for Richard Moreau. I guess Sean play. 5 is Resolute Bay, Travis Henry for Jason McGinnis in the stable. And number 6, Arch Ruler, Bruce Richardson for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. Number 7, I'm a Stand-Up Guy, Scott Golder for Blake McIntosh and Hunt Racing. 8 is Promise for Life, Chris Christophorou for Rene Dion on RAW Equine. And number 9 is Glencaster Hall, Colin Kelly for Mike Timpetowin, Wendy Warren Timpetowin, Sea Spray Stables, and Frank Tucci, as well as Dave Kennedy. Let's get a look at the field for the 3rd Prospect Series final. And 2-year-old trotting colts. And, Rob, we both have Sir Ballykiel. The thing that sold me was that first-up trip at Flamborough last time out. Overcoming a first-up trip, dug in nicely, and a really good effort by the 2-year-old. So coming in off of his own win, his only win, but best effort.
Yeah, and he was his first start in the Prospect Series, right? So he pretty much needed to go out there and get the victory, which he did. And like you said, first over, it was a real nice effort to do so. And if you look back at his paper and much tougher spots against some pretty nice trotters, he's held up well this season, and he's hit the board in 4 of 7 and made the final, the balanced image. I just looked at this race and said, you know what? He shows one break in a qualifier. He stayed flat in all of his pari-mutuel races and looks good on the track right now. I think he's the one to beat, and I'm surprised he's 5-2, to be quite honest.
Number 5, Resolute Bay, actually showed his resoluteness last time out after making a break and then getting back into it and finishing 3rd. And also won back-to-back before that. One of those wins was right here, parked early and still was able to get the job done. Resolute Bay, boy, 5-2, definitely a factor.
Yeah, he's definitely a factor, and he's liked racing here at Grand River, and that's what kind of sold me on him to use him in the 2nd spot, and I did use him in the pick 5 because I said, you know what, the efforts here at this track, which I think is important for young horses to have experience over surfaces, were good ones, and last time, opportunity to take back value on a horse, right? Was 35 cents the dollar, looked pretty good till he made that miscue and then recovered to finish third. So now all of a sudden you get 5-2 on him. And really, I think he deserves to be probably that priced or a little bit shorter in here. I'm just, so shocked that Sir Ballykeel's not taking money, but I think Resolute Bay has a winning chance.
Number 4, Serenade Street is coming in off of the quickest last race mile of the bunch in here, and also is one that won last time out, so comes in off of his best effort. A couple fewer starts than Sir Ballakeel and Resolute Bay, so might be the improving horse and off the good speed last time out.
Yeah, this is going to mark the 4th start for Richard Moreau, and this horse actually took support down to 4-1 and non-winners of 1 at Mohawk Park 3 starts back in a race that was won by Southwind Domino, who's going to be racing in the Mohawk Million. So there's a bit of a reference there, even though he got beat 32 lengths off a break last time. The win is a good one. I just I usually kind of knock down horses a bit of a notch when they end up inheriting the lead, and then the horse can get brave off of that. So not to knock Serenade Street, I think he's got a big chance to hit the ticket, but for me, it's really about those top 2, and he's more of a player to hit the bottom end of the trifecta.
And hard to look past Arch Ruler because hasn't had easy posts the last 2. The trailer post at Hanover, the post 5 at Flamborough, and yet was a competitive second to Sir Ballakeel and Resolute Bay. Arch Ruler is 6-1.
It was a winner here 3 starts ago by a nose, and that was a game effort first start for John Holding. And really, since joining the barn of John Holding's done nothing wrong. A win by a nose and 2 runner-up finishes in the Prospect Series. The thing I kind of held against him is obviously the post position, post 6, and I think the better horses all drew inside of him. But I think he's one you have to use in the exotics, and 7-1 on the board I would say is about the right price.
One more I'll just quickly talk about is Rolling in Clover. It is Guy Gagnon, big numbers, and this one has gate speed and the inside. I found it tough to leave him off the ticket.
Yeah, had a big win in the Prospect Series at Kawartha Downs when he won by 5 lengths. Last couple of efforts, though, maybe a little bit underwhelming, but I think had to take on tougher, than that win that he had. And Serenade Street and Resolute Bay got the better of him. So I think got a chance to land somewhere underneath, but I do prefer the others.
Well, it's an interesting dash because the favorite is only 5-2, so that tells you that the cappers have spread the money around, especially on the inside 6. The money is pretty balanced. Now the favorites are at 3-1, Sir Ballakeel and Resolute Bay. Let's get this third race rolling with Missouri Rolling in Clover. Sir Ballakeel on the inside, Serenade Street and Resolute Bay to the outside. Arch Ruler on the stand-up guide, Promise for Life on the second tier, Glencaster Hall. The field for race number 3 is at the start of the rough, Rolling in Clover, Resolute Bay. Arch Ruler getting out well, Promise for Life on the outside. Glencaster Hall as the field works on around the turn, but Sir Ballakeel has got the lead, and Resolute Bay is still working to the outside. Then Glencaster Hall did a nice job from the trailer post, and off stride goes Resolute Bay. Glencaster Hall from the trailer post is racing position to second now, and then it is Arch Ruler, Sir Ballakeel, then it is back further to Promise for Life and Missouri. Serenade Street is 7th, and then I'm a stand-up guy, and back to Resolute Bay trailing the field, Rolling in Clover, and Guy Gagnon's got the lead. Glencaster Hall is racing second. Arch Ruler is third, and Sir Ballakeel is racing fourth. Then it is Promise for Life as the field races off the turn, and Missouri. Then Serenade Street. The field comes on towards us off a 32nd opening quarter, and it is Rolling in Clover who's got the fry. On the outside, Arch Ruler is getting closer now. Rolling in Clover and Arch Ruler as they race their way on up to the 5/8 off a 101 half and a 32nd opening panel, and it is Rolling in Clover and Guy Gagnon trying to fend off Arch Ruler, but Arch Ruler has a slim lead. Then Sir Ballakeel is moving on the outside. Glencaster Hall is on the inside of now. Arch Ruler is taken over, but has Sir Ballakeel bearing down. On the inside, Rolling in Clover weakens, and now it is Promise for Life on the outside at 30-1, who's up and is taken over third. Rolling in Clover is racing fourth, and now from off the pace, Serenade Street is rolling and is racing fifth and about to grab fourth. 3/4, 131 and 2. as they roll their way to the top of the stretch. Arch Ruler, Sir Ballykiel, and Promise for Life as they turn for home. And Serenade Street is flying late. They come on down the stretch rather, Fando 3 wide. On the inside, Arch Ruler. In the center, Sir Ballykiel and Arch Ruler. Sir Ballykiel rolls on by. Jason Ryan victorious with Sir Ballykiel, and then Promise for Life, and then it was Arch Ruler and Serenade Street. 201 and 4. The win goes to Jason Ryan, Ricky Bobby, and Sir Ballykiel.
What a steer, really, Gary. That was a great steer by Jason Ryan right there. And we kind of said that Sir Ballykiel was versatile. It could do it kind of from anywhere in here. It doesn't really have a lot of gate speed. Got away. It was going to be fifth off the gate. Resolute Bay made that break in stride. It improved a position to fourth. He was able to get on the helmet of Bruce Richardson, on Arch Ruler, who raced pretty well. First over, got the lead, and made a good account of himself. But Sir Ballykiel just too tough. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm surprised we got 2-1 on this horse, Gary.
Yeah, it's actually a very nice price. But you know what? We have a nicer price is second at number 8 at Promise for Life at 30-1.
I know. Chris Christoforou, too, making the trip over to Grand River to drive this one. And you get 34-1 in the second spot, which is going to really blow up these exotics, that's for sure. And, Resolute Bay made that break. Serenade Street, off the ticket as well. So going to really, make these exotics pay handsomely. Arch Ruler stuck around for third at 7-1. Serenade Street did hit the super, I guess, but still, we're going to see some big payouts with that bomb in the second spot.
You know, the comment that I wanted to make, all of the cappers only had horses 1 through 6, and this is the first race in a while where, because of also eligibles 10 and 11, where the races are on 2 pages, and race horses 7, 8, and 9, and the also eligibles are on the other page, somebody was going to be saying, did they look at the other page? Because one of those might come in, and it's 8, Promise for Life.
It's so true. My dad, when I was a kid, actually taught me that you've always got to, look at the also eligibles that draw in, and always look at the horses on the second page, because sometimes people don't, even though it says a big bold at the bottom, race continued on next page, sometimes people don't just see it. And the 7, 8, 9 in here were all above 21-1.
Well, they see it now. Number 8, Promise for Life at 30-1. And they also see number 3, Sir Ballykiel and Jason Ryan with that slick steer. Ricky Bobby getting the job done. This 2-year-old Il Sango Dream Bay gelding, by Ballykiel Racing. Joshua McKibben is the trainer. Jason Ryan, the winning drive. It's the second win for Sir Ballykiel this year in lifetime. 2-1 and 4. The third race payouts: 3 Sir Ballyk Hill 680, 350, 320. 8 Promise for Life 1360 and 1330. 6 Arch Ruler 450, $2 Exactor 238.40, Dollar Tribe 988.40, 20 Cent Superfective 592.59.
One Prospect Series final in the books. Sir Ballykiel, driven with confidence by Jason Ryan, and was a real nice winner there at 2-1. And we're through 3 legs of our pick 5, but not sure it's going to pay so much. But moving on to race number 4 now. It is a Prospect Series final for 3-year-old fillies on the pace. It's our single, and you see a big favorite right now on the board. Number 1, Always Watching, 1-5. Doesn't surprise me one bit. Last time was in a grassroots race at Mohawk Park. Only got beat 3/4 of a length at 6-1 to Village Jade. And you look at this filly, and you see her racing in all 3 areas of the OSS this year. Started off in the Prospect Series with a big win back in July. Went up to the gold level. Didn't have much success there. Did race okay in the grassroots. Had some devastating victories here at Grand River in the 2 starts before that. And now getting into the Prospect Series final with the pole position. She'll be tough to beat. She will be. She's got tons of early speed, and I think she'll be tough to catch on the front end with Colin Kelly for Ben Wallace. My top selection, but 1-5 on the board. Number 3, Winston Gaga was a winner in her last 3. Was a winner in the Prospect Series 2 back by a wide margin in Sarnia. And what I think you have to consider in here has had a lot of success since moving to the barn of Richard Moreau. But for me, second choice. I can't go past Always Watching on top. And 5-1 on the board is probably, maybe a bit of an overlay right now. But again, I can't get past number 1, Always Watching. Number 2, Lady Katie B gets a good post to work from. Gets to split those 2 favorites. And Lady Katie B's raced well. Here at Grand River, got a win 4 starts back and has 5 wins out of 15 on the season, 8 out of 15 in the top 3. So I think one that you have to respect in here. Draws really well, too. Had the rail for 4 starts in a row, now post 2. So Lady Katie B, one that I think can hit the ticket. Definitely the trifecta and one you have to use in the Super. And then, you know what? If I like the 1, I got to like the 9. Number 9, Better Kiss the Men, starts behind number 1, Always Watching. That one's going to blast off the gate. And if Better Kiss the Men can get away well, maybe get spotted for a favorable trip, and then can hit the ticket right now at a big price of 20-1. So, maybe, those horses get overlooked tonight. Don't forget about them. They're on the second page, 7, 8, and 9 right now, all at big prices at 20-1 or higher. And I think Better Kiss the Man can sneak onto that superfecta ticket or try at a big price. But for me, it's all about number 1, Always Watching, our single in the pick 5, my top selection, and hopefully we can go 4 in a row to start off the card. And after the post parade, we'll come back and talk about this Prospector Series final a little more with Mr. Gary Guy.
And fans, while we have a moment, a happy 7th birthday to Annalene. It's Annalene's 7th birthday. Happy birthday to you. That's enough of that. Happy birthday, Annalene. Field for the 4th race on the parade. 1, Always Watching. Colin Kelly for Ben Wallace and Wallace Standardbreds and Knobloch Racing. Number 2 is Lady Katie B. Travis Henry for Paul Cameron and Jamie Cameron and TJ Stables. And number 3 is When Son Gaga. It is Rapidata for Richard Moreau and Tess Waxman and Christine Marion and Jordan Miller. Number 5 is I'm Kiera. Aaron Byron drives for Warren Casely. And number 6 is Brideout Little Bit. Scott Ray for Kendall Ron and Brideout Farms. Number 7 is Let's Roar, Anthony Hunt from Big Cronin Hunt Racing. Number 8 is She's a Butte Clark, Jay Harris for Lacey McCabe and Glenview Livestock and Cheryl Cherry. And 9, Better Kiss the Men, Robert Shepard for Isabel Darvaux. We'll get a look at this field. And, well, first up, we're going to start in the most logical place, and that is one Always Watching, 2 to 5. You'd have to assume that Always Watching is going to make the front from post 1, Rob. Look at that line, July the 16th. Racing in anometers at 2 at Mohawk. 26-1 opening quarter to the front. And, did that scorcher? No. Stuck around for third, beaten a length and a half in 151. That probably tells the story.
Yeah, I think it does too, and she looks good on the track right now. Looks fired up, and yeah, I expect her to blast out for the early lead. You got Colin Kelly aboard, and there's few better than Colin at getting horses off the switch, and he's the leading driver here for the meet at Grand River. And I think that this one, she should go to the front. I don't see anyone really challenging her, and I think she should be able to get the job done. 3 to 5 on the board right now. I was expecting probably 4 to 5 or even money. Single in the pick 5, but not so sure it's going to pay so much tonight, Gary.
There's number 3, Winsun Gaga. Ken Middleton was willing to be bold and take Winsun Gaga on top, and it'll be interesting to see who gets the pocket trip. Can you do a little trip handicapping for me? Can 9, Better Kiss the Men, stay up and fill the pocket, or will 2, Lady KDB, 3, Winsun Gaga? Who might be the pocket rider?
I think it's going to be Lady KDB, to be perfectly honest, just because I think she's got the early speed that, she'll probably be able to get ahead of Better Kiss the Men. I'm not sure that one can get away right on the helmet of Always Watching. I think probably get away somewhere, mid-pack. But, Winsun Gaga is an interesting one because the last few victories have been, of the devastating variety, at least the last 2 anyways, and 1 by 3/4 of length here, 3 starts back. And I just think that, Always Watching might be a little bit too tough for that one. I see Winsun Gaga probably getting away third, but maybe might vie for that pocket spot. I think that is really the big question right now, Gary. Who lands the pocket?
Well, if it is number 2, Lady KDB, that certainly could be the spot for the exactor ticket, or it maybe even try to get the job done in the stretch. 2, Lady KDB. Paul Cameron's putting up some nice numbers, and this one's won a third of her starts.
Is there a better drawing horse on the planet than Lady KDP? She had the 2-hole 5 starts back. Now she's at the rail for 4 consecutive starts. Now she's back to post 2. So had a lot of luck in the post draws, that's for sure, Lady KDP. But also, racing well and can do it on the front end, can sit a trip. 5 wins in 15 starts, 8 in the top 3 this season, and I do think that she's got a chance to land that 2-hole. Either way, I think if she sits along the cones, she'll be making some noise late, and I wouldn't be surprised if she outperforms my third place ranking for the runner-up spot.
Number 9, Better Kiss the Men, is sitting right now at 13 to 1, as maybe people didn't turn the page, and we'll see if this happens again in the 4th race. The 3rd race, the 8 got onto the ticket, finishing second. Better Kiss the Men. This one's been a pretty solid one, 9 out of 15 in the top 2.
Yeah, Better Kiss the Men's an interesting one in here because I think the post actually works in her favor, getting to follow it, Always Watching. Not sure she's got that speed right off the gate to stay on that one's helmet, but if she gets away reasonably well and can get into some kind of a flow, I think she's got a chance. I've seen her race well off a helmet. 16 to 1 on the board right now. I do think that's an overlay. Not sure if it's that people aren't turning the page, but either way, it's a nice price, and I think she can land somewhere underneath.
And number 5, I'm Kiara, is sitting at 30 to 1. Hasn't been getting any good post positions and has post position 5 here. I've seen a few things from this one that maybe I'm Kiara is one that can sneak on the ticket at 30 to 1.
Yeah, 30 to 1's a big price on I'm Kiara, and you see that one in the Prospect Series at Kawartha, 1 by 3 lengths, and third quarter was 27-2. So I don't mind throwing her in somewhere on the bottom end of the exotics.
It's a field of 9 taking up their positions. It's Always Watching, Lady KDB. Winsun Gaga on the inside. In the center, Century Harlot and I'm Kiara. On the outside, Brightown Better Be, Let's Roar, She's a Butte Clark. And the second tier, Better Kiss the Man. Field 4, race number 4, gathering speed, approaching the start. There at the start of the round. Always watching will leave out well. Lady KDB wins. Sun Gaga is flying with I'm Kiera as the field works their way into the turn, but Always Watching has got the lead. Always Watching wins Sun Gaga. Lady KDB wins. Sun Gaga gets the pocket. Lady KDB third. Better Kiss the Men is racing on the inside fourth, and then it is I'm Kiera. Century Harlot, Bright Down Better Be and Let's Roar, and She's a Butte Clark is trailing the field. Always Watching it 1-5. Rolling up to the opening quarter. Has a lead right now of about 2 1/4. Wins Sun Gaga second at 3-1 on the back of the 1-5. Always Watching. Lady KDB currently be third and is on the board at 17-1. And then Better Kiss the Man racing position fourth. Then it is I'm Kiera, Century Harlot, back to Brad on Better Be and Let's Run. She's a Butte Clark. They race off the turn. Always Watching. And Colin Kelly has a lead of about 3 1/4. Win Sun Gaga is second, as Always Watching on past the halftime. 56-1, 29 seconds in the second panel. It is Always Watching. Win Sun Gaga is watching from a little closer second, about 2 1/4 lengths back. Lady KDB is going to pop to the outside right now and try to come on. And then it is Better Kiss the Man scooting up the inside. Century Harlot up the inside is I'm Kiera. Bright on Better Be and Let's Roar, and She's a Butte Clark is way back trailing, but Always Watching looks to bottom out the field now as they roll up to 3/4, 1:24-4, and Always Watching wins Sun Gaga. Lady KDB, Century Harlot advancing. Better Kiss the Men is on the inside. Then I'm Kiera and Brad on Better Be as the field turns for home. Always Watching is now well out in command. Lady KDB has come on to pick up second. Always Watching. Lady KDB. Always Watching. Dominating effort. Lady KDB. I'm Kiera to pick up third. And Century Harlot was fourth, but it was Always Watching. And boy, that was something to watch with Always Watching, Rob.
And she's a freight train right now, isn't she? That was impressive. You know, you look back at her last 2 starts here at Grand River, and she had inside post, went to the front and blew the field away. Now here in the final of the Prospect Series, same thing. Pole position to work from, blasted to the lead, and really, I mean, she had a healthy margin throughout and was doing it all on her own, I think, too. And Colin Kelly notched a nice win here. For trainer Ben Wallace with Always Watching. And, Gary, I'm impressed. You mentioned I'm Kiera as being your price play to hit the ticket. Snuck into the third spot.
Yeah, it's a 1-2-5-4, so at least we're going to get a little bit of a price. I mean, obviously, when you have Always Watching on top, but at least the numbers won't be drastically low. They certainly still can't be high. One thing to notice, though, Always Watching, 29-second second panel, but Colin Kelly's idea was, let's not let somebody sit up on our back and try to beat us down the lane. Let's open up some daylight.
Oh, yeah. When you got the best horse like he had in there, I think he just wanted to kind of break their hearts earlier on in the race, and he did so from the halfway point on, and it was really lights out for this filly. And I mean, she had the best paper coming into it, and got the best post, so certainly no surprise. 1-5, but some nice prices in behind. The Lady KDB was the one that we said might be able to get to that second spot. I put her in the third spot in my selections, but nice effort from that one to go first over and forge past Winston Gaga and then hang on for that runner-up spot.
And Century Harlot at 60-1 to round out the bottom of the ticket. So you get 1-5 on the top, but at least you get some other numbers to help it pay a little bit. The pick 5 still is a little bit going to be a little short, I think, unless we have something dramatic in the 5th. Back in front of us is one Always Watching. A 3-year-old He's Watching Bay filly owned by Wallace Standardbreds and Knobloch Racing. Ben Wallace, the trainer. Colin Kelly, the winning driver. It's the 5th win this year, 6th lifetime. Always Watching. 154-1. The fourth race payouts: 1, always watching, $2.50, $2.10, $2.40. 2, Lady KDB, $8, $4.10. 5, I'm Kiera, $18.90. $2 exactor, $15.10. $1 try, $68.40. $1 super, $493.90. The fourth race sort of finished in the top. 1, 2, 8, 4, 3, 6, 7, 9, 5. That's 1, 2, 8, 4, 3, 6, 7, 9, 5. Field for the fifth race on parade. One City Lady, Chris Matthews for Nelson White and Vicky White. Number 2, Melissa, Rick Ziron for John Donato. 3 is Tioga Sunshine, Travis Henry for Harry Polton and the stable. 4 is Oki Healy, Wayne Henry for Henry stable. 5 is Arcana, Keith Jones for Doug McCarthy. And 6, Digital Footprint, Nick Boyd for Mike Smith and Sander Smith. Field of 6, race number 5. Shall we get a look at this field, Rob? 3, Tioga Sunshine, the one that I was willing to go a key in here, and your top pick, Tioga Sunshine, has been really good.
Yeah, has been real good last 2 starts. Some back-to-back wins in the Prospect Series now, in the final. And you look at those races even in the grassroots, a second to Global News, so that wasn't a bad effort either. So it's tough to go against this one. It looks good on the track, has been steady on her feet all season as well, which is really important with these young trotting fillies.
Yeah, Tioga Sunshine also, I thought just looked so in command at Flamborough Downs. So Tioga Sunshine is on the board at even money. Let's look at number 5, Arcana, though. You have some thoughts on Arcana. Maybe if we're going to get an upset, 25-1. That would be a nice little upset.
Well, I used this one for third. If you remember, Gary, last time we kind of thought this one was an intriguing play. Went off at 15-1, had the lead briefly, then released a rival, made a break in stride. That was here at Grand River, and I'm just hoping maybe if this one stays flat tonight, I think she's a lot better than what her paper shows. And the only one that we can really get a nice number down in the pick 5, paying $89 for 20 cents, that'd be a nice one. The 3, Tioga Sunshine, would be a break-even proposition, and the 2, Moliza, would actually be one that gets enough just to buy a coffee, about a $2 profit.
Well, let's come back to Moliza. And, the owner, John Donato, was nice enough to straighten us out on the name and informed Christine, and she told me before the post-parade, and you know what I did? I screwed it up anyway. Moliza, Rick Ziron. Apologies, John, but Moliza's been really good. 2-1.
Yeah, it's second in both of her lifetime starts. And I remember I put this one on top 2 starts ago. She ended up getting beat ahead last time, only beat a length, both those efforts against Tioga Sunshine. So maybe she turns the tables today, and you look at the prices on the board right now, 4-5 versus 9-5, now 2-1. Maybe you want to lean in that direction to get a better price, and would certainly be a slightly better result for the pick 5.
Yeah, 2-1 with Melissa, with Rick Ziron, and then 3-5 is the 3 Tioga Sunshine. But there's 4 Oki Healy, and this is one that I know can get off the gate well. No, last race made a break, but Oki Healy at 4-1 is, I think, one that could be dangerous in here. And look, that break is the only one you see on the dance card for a while. You do see the break July the 7th, the first qualifier here, but. I'm not too worried about Oki Healy, although you don't want to say that with the young trotters, 2-year-old fillies, but 4-1.
Yeah, you don't want to jinx it, that's for sure. But two starts back was a nice winner here. Numbers of 5,000 life, and if you look at the paper before that, you see the balanced image, and you see some OSS grassroots races. So you would definitely rank that a little bit higher in the Prospect Series. And like you said, you can't really fault her too much for last time. She took support in that outing as well, and 5-2 right now, taking support again today. Don't have this one in my pick 5, but maybe I wish I did.
And there's a last second look at One City Lady, 10-1, and maybe we should just at least talk about post position 1, because on the half-mile track, you always at least have to think about where do you put One City Lady.
Yeah, and City Lady right now, probably an overlay at 11-1 on the board, working from that pole position, has 2/3 and 4 starts so far in her career. If she gets away well, maybe gets a favorable trip and gets a piece of it. And we might as well talk about number 6, Digital Footprint, as well. You look at those pick 5 payouts; they're all pretty small. Then you get to this one. This daughter of Cadabra is paying almost $2,600 for 20 cents, and she's only 21-1 on the board.
Yeah, that would be wowza, and that would nice to turn things around after having all of the favorite going on favorite status this evening in the first 4 races. But right now it looks like 3 Tioga Sunshine, the one to beat, and then Melissa is 3-1 as the second choice. It's a field of 6 checking up their position. City Lady Melissa In the center, Tioga Sunshine and Okie Healy to the outside. Arcana, Digital Footprint. Field of 6, race number 5. Here they come. The field for the 5th race, Prospect Series, a 2-year-old trotting fillies, gathering speed approaching the start. Digital Footprint went off stride. Tioga Sunshine, Melissa, and on the inside, City Lady. The outside, Arcana leaves well. Arcana now is driving on the outside, but right now on the inside, City Lady has 3rd. Arcana is racing on the outside 4th, and then 5th is Okie Healy, and they race on down the backstretch. Melissa and Rick Ziron's got the lead. Tioga Sunshine racing 2nd. Arcana moving up on the outside and racing position to 3rd as they roll on up to the opening quarter. Now Keith Jones finds a seat on the inside with Arcana in front of City Lady, and then Okie Healy, and it is Melissa and Rick Zeron who's got the lead. Melissa, Tioga Sunshine, Arcana is racing on the inside 3rd, City Lady, and then Okie Healy racing 5th, and that early break from Digital Footprint, 31-1 is the opening quarter, and they roll off the turn. They come on towards us, and Melissa in front of Tioga Sunshine, and they roll up to the half off a 31-1 opening quarter, now making a big move. Here comes Okie Healy on the outside. Okie Healy is now moving up, and it's only about a length and 3/4 off the lead. 104-1, a soft half, and with the lead is Melissa as they race the backstretch. It is Okie Healy on the outside. Off stride went City Lady. Tioga Sunshine, though, is staying in the pocket, but Okie Healy on the outside and racing for this Arcana. It is Melissa as they race the backstretch. Melissa, Okie Healy, Tioga Sunshine. Melissa continues to march on the lead. It is Melissa, Okie Healy trying to wear down Melissa, and Tioga Sunshine and Travis Henry keeping a watch on Melissa. 3/4, 135-3, and Arcana is racing 4th. It is Melissa and Rick Zeron still with the lead as they turn for home. Okie Healy to the outside is 2nd. Tioga Sunshine 3rd, and trying to close the gap as they turn for home. It is Melissa. Tioga Sunshine to dart down to the passing lane. Okie Healy on the outside, but as they come on to the finish, Melissa and Rick Zeron was able to get it. Then Tioga Sunshine was 2nd, Okie Healy 3rd, and Arcana 4th. 2-0-6-1. Melissa takes race number 5. Rob, Melissa looked pretty smooth.
She looked smooth, and she went to the front tonight, and she had that post advantage over that rival, Tioga Sunshine, this time around, and Rick Zeron knew where he wanted to be with Melissa. He wanted to have the lead and made every call a winning one, and really it wasn't even really close late. Perfect trip for the favorite, Tioga Sunshine, and just could not reel in Melissa. Nice victory on the front end.
Yeah, Tioga Sunshine, I mean, had the shot up the passing lane, but it didn't look like it was going to materialize at all because Melissa appeared to have plenty left.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think, it just looked really good tonight, and big difference in being in front of that rival, right? Chasing her in each of her last 2 and almost got her in her lifetime debut here on September the 8th. So this time turns the tables, goes to the front, and would not be denied victory. And my price play Arcana stayed flat tonight. She minded her manners. She just wasn't able to get to the top 3 finishers.
You know who actually looked pretty good was Okie Healy, and Wayne Henry was kind of just cautious getting this one off the gate after that break last time out, but then made a pretty spirited bid and did a lot more work than the top 2 in this one.
Yeah, definitely. Okie Healy, first over, a long way, and ended up, finishing 3rd. Not a bad performance. And, Gary, I cashed the pick 5, paying $12.92. I spent $10.80, so I got enough to buy myself a coffee.
Winner, Gagnon. Big pick 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 3 Tioga Sunshine heading back, but we're going to be seeing Melissa come back in front of us, and fine effort by Rick Zeron. 2, 3, 4, 5. It is the Prospect Series final for 2-year-old trotting fillies. Back in front of us, number 2, Melissa, 2-year-old Cadabra Bay filly, owned by John Donato of Oakville. Rick Ziron is the trainer and the winning driver. Victorious in the Prospect Series final, Melissa, 206-1. Fans note the inquiry sign will go up pertaining to number 6, Digital Footprint, and possible broken equipment before the start. Fans note there will be a refund on number 6, Digital Footprint. Suffered broken equipment before the start. The 5th race payouts to Melissa, $560. 280, 210, 3 Tauca's Sunshine, 240, 210, 4 Okie Healy, 210, $2 exactor, $10.60, try, $780, super, $31.65. And the dollar pick 5 of 5, 64.60. The fifth race will finish from the top. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then refund. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, refund.
Molisa, the 2-year-old trotting filly champion of the Prospect Series for driver trainer Rick Zero. Smiles all around in that winner's circle. Love to see that. And my pick 5 ticket was a winner. We made a toonie. So if you played it, sorry, but at least you don't have to rip it up. We still have 5 Prospect Series finals to go. Race 6 is the next one, and it's a super high 5, or as Gary likes to call it, the pentafecta. One of my favorite wagers here at Grand River Raceway. We've got the Prospect Series final for 3-year-old colts on the pace. And my top selection actually got scratched. So I had to adjust my picks in here. Pretty Boy Duke scratched out of this contest. And PL Oliver now becomes my top selection. And no surprise, he's 3 to 5. I thought that, he'd be probably close to co-favoritism with number 3, Pretty Boy Duke. And now should be an overwhelming favorite on here. Was a nice winner September the 11th. At Hanover in the Prospect Series, 2-hole early, removed to the lead, and then kept on trucking for the victory. Has been racing competitively, a non-winners of 3 at Georgian Downs, and you look back at those Prospect Series races earlier in the season too. Finished second at Pretty Boy Duke and was third when he had to go first over. That was against Dragon Teen, who's in this race as well. But I just think that PL Oliver now looks like the one to beat, gets to work from the pole position, and we see how the inside posts, have been important so far tonight on the card. In for second, I went to number 9, Big Teddy. He's one that you have to consider in here, and one of the points leaders in the Prospect Series, has 2 wins, and both were pretty comfortable. Gets to follow out PL Oliver off the gate. Right now, 6 to 1. I see Gary went in this direction. I don't blame him for it. Definitely getting better value on Big Teddy than the 3 to 5 on PL Oliver. And you never know. Maybe this horse is fast enough off the gate. Maybe if PL Oliver leaves out, he stays on his helmet, he can work out the better trip. Number 4, Sobble Attack is my third choice. 15 to 1 right now on the board, and as hit the board in his last 2 in the Prospect Series, but racing against pretty decent horse and numbers of 30,000 here at Grand River, and now gets the lead from post 3 with the scratch of Pretty Boy Duke. I just think Sobble Attack's one that can land somewhere on the ticket, and was hoping for a price that he is right now, around 10 to 1. Number 2, Snap Call. Another one, get an inside post to work from and might be able to trip out in here. 8 to 1, those a little shorter than I was hoping for. And then, for the 5th choice, when I had to pick one and add one in, I went to number 10, Country Boy Tough. 2 reasons. Draws in off the also eligible. People might forget about that. And on the second page of the program. And one now that gets to leave from post 3. Actually, Sobble Attack doesn't move in a spot because Country Boy Tough moves into that starting spot in post 3. And this one does have enough speed to maybe get a spot on the pylons and then get a piece of it. I was hoping for a bigger price than 12 to 1. That might float up more, though, by post time. And I think Country Boy Tough can maybe get a piece of it somewhere in the bottom end of that super high 5. But we'll come back and talk about this pentafecta race with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field 4, race number 6 on parade. 1, P.L. Oliver. Jason Ryan for Matt Dupuis. Number 2, Snap Call. Brian Padani for Rebecca Geisel and Rick Breyer. 3, Scratch 4, Sobble Attack. Anthony Hahn for Otis Hall and Sobble Hill Farms and Susseto Racing. 4 is Dragon Team. John Rankin Jr. drives and trains and owns. 6, Dirty Little Piglet. Garrett Rooney for Jeffrey Williamson and Rebecca Williamson. Number 7, Sights on You, Paul McKenzie for Terry Gillette and Dooley Boys Racing and Nickway Farms. Number 8 is Editorial Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Hutt Racing. Nine is Big Teddy Austin Sorry for Tyler Nostad and Blue Shoe Investments. And joining us is number 10, Country Boy Tough. It is Natasha Day for Jack Moiseev. It's a field of 9 for race number 6, and we're going to start off with a look at number 1, P.L. Oliver. And Rob, you know, I think when I was doing the picks last night, I might have got a little Coors Light brave taking the 9 to beat P.L. Oliver, because I was thinking now, you know those miles at Georgian Downs that I announced back in August? They were awfully impressive. P.L. Oliver is probably the logical one. 4 to 5, you're probably right.
Yeah, it's a tough class, too. That non-winners and 3 class at Georgian is a pretty difficult class. He was facing some pretty nice horses in there as well. And if you look at his paper on the season, 3 out of 13, and he's hit the board in 12 of those starts. So, you know, getting the pole position today is only going to help his chances. He was 4th in points coming into this final tonight. But I think now you got to say, well, pole position to work from that recent form. Listen, I don't think you're crazy to go against this one and go with Big Teddy, but I do think that he's got a big chance, and I understand why he's even money.
Well, the reason why I went with Big Teddy, I've been really impressed with Tyler Nostad's barn and the consistency and how they get them ready to rock and roll. The last race here, I can look past that, but Big Teddy just, you know, there's a lot of positives. It's nothing against Big Teddy. It's just, you know, thinking back, P.L. Oliver was mighty good. Look, that mile was 51 3 second, beat ahead by Shazam Blue Chip. That's a big measuring stick. But Big Teddy, Rob.
Yeah, Big Teddy is one that I love the fact he used to follow P.L. Oliver. So originally my top pick was Pretty Boy Duke. I thought they'd probably line up, 3-1, 1-3 off the gate, and Big Teddy would be sitting right in behind them. Now, maybe Big Teddy ends up in the 2-hole. I mean, it's possible. That could happen. And if it does, it's going to obviously, boost his chances up significantly. It's 7-1 right now. So I think, Big Teddy's the points leader coming into this. He had 105 points and even had more points than Pretty Boy Duke. So I think he's one you have to consider. For me, I can't go against P.L. Oliver just because of the pole position to work from. It's a big edge for that one. But if Big Teddy could ever follow him out of the gate and get away well, he's got a big chance to land underneath him and maybe even cause the upset.
Number 4, Sobble Attack, had post 8 last time out here, 31-second opening quarter. But then look at the next 3 quarters. Sobble Attack with a better spot on the gate now could be much more on the attack.
Yeah, and he's done well to hit the board in 6 of 11 this season. And I don't, you look at his races in the Prospect Series, they're okay. And he had a nice win back June 27th at Clinton and went all the way in the front end. I don't see him doing that in here, but I do see him, maybe landing on the pylons and grabbing a helmet or staying in for a favorable trip and then getting a piece of it late. He's 7-1 on the board right now. I was expecting a bit of a bigger price, especially with so much support going P.L. Oliver's direction, but I do think he's one that can land somewhere on the ticket.
And number 2, Snap Call, snapped off to 52 3 mile at Woodbine last time out and a win at the Prospect Series just before that. You see some pretty big speed miles overall littered down the page a little further.
Yeah, just post position's a big part of this one for me. He gets to lead from post 2 and maybe can get situated well off the gate for a nice trip. Matt Post Lion is a monster. That's who we faced last time in Elmers at 2 at Mohawk Park, and one that got a win later in the season of the Prospect Series at Hanover before that. So I just think get off the gate well, try to get a nice trip on the pylons, but taking a lot of support actually at 8-1.
And I'm glad that Christine had 10 Country Boy Tough on there, because the 10 draws in, post position 3, gets a good spot on the gate, and just got to note that the 10 is in, Rob.
Yeah, and 20-1 on the board right now, Country Boy Tough. That's more like the price I was hoping for one drawing in off the also Wells will in on the second page. Listen, just one again that, has a little bit early speed, can probably get away off the gate well, and I think can make a good account of himself in here.
Well, it is an interesting field in the 6th race, but P.L. Oliver 1-2 on the board, the one to beat. Taking up positions, P.L. Oliver, Snap Call, and Country Boy Tough. In the center, Sobble Attack and Dragon Teen to the outside. Dirty Little Piglet and Sights on You, and Editorial, the second tier, Big Teddy. Field of 9, race number 6. Prospect Series final, 3-year-old Pacing Colts. Here they come. Field 4, race number 6 is at the starter off, and P.L. Oliver. Country Boy Tough will leave well on the outside. Dirty Little Piglet and Big Teddy is right on the back of P.L. Oliver as they work into the backstretch. P.L. Oliver, Big Teddy, Dirty Little Piglet on the outside is racing third. Snap Call fourth, and then Country Boy Tough and Sobble Attack, and then it is back to Sights on You and Dragon Teen, and trailing is Editorial, but P.L. Oliver has got the lead, but there is Big Teddy racing in the pocket, looking very alive in the pocket. 27 seconds the opening quarter. Dirty Little Piglet is racing third. Snap Call position fourth, and then Sobble Attack is racing on the inside. Country Boy Tough is still caught on the outside. That is back to Dragon Teen and Sights on You and Editorial, and they race off the turn. The field comes on towards us. It is P.L. Oliver. Big Teddy racing along in the pocket and looks fired up in the pocket. Snap Call is on the outside. It is moving on, and also on the outside is Sobble Attack. Dirty Little Piglet's on the inside. Now Country Boy Tough advancing on the outside, and then it is back to Dragon Teen. Sights on You. Editorial into the backstretch, and it is P.L. Oliver. Big Teddy is right there on the back of P.L. Oliver, and Big Teddy's going to pop on the outside right now. Didn't want to sit in the pocket any longer, but P.L. Oliver is still driving well. P.L. Oliver and Jason Ryan giving a bit of urging there. On the outside, Big Teddy is drawn within about a length and a quarter of the lead of a half of 57 with a 30-second second panel breather. P.L. Oliver, the one to catch. It is Big Teddy on the outside. Snap Call scooted up the inside, and Sobble Attack is set out 3 wide, and Dragon Teen, and then it is Country Boy Tough and Editorial, and backing away Big Teddy. The field turns for home. It is P.L. Oliver, Snap Call, and Sobble Attack, and up the inside Dragon Teen. P.L. Oliver, Dragon Teen up the inside. Dragon Teen and P.L. Oliver. It's close between those two. Snap Call and then Editorial and Sobble Attack. 157-1. You know what, Rob? I'm actually going to say it maybe is too close to call.
Probably a wise decision. I know I don't call photos anymore. I'm probably last in calling photos here. Christine beats us both. Our director Christine's better than both of us at calling photos. I like to know who she thinks won this race, because she just told me she thinks it's the one, so maybe that's the case. But in any event, nice move there up the inside. Dragon Teen, Donnie Rankin Jr. 36-1 may have caused the upset. P.L. Oliver fought hard to the wire though at 3-5.
And it was an interesting dash because also number 9, Big Teddy, it just didn't seem to want to be in the pocket, and kind of took a bit of starch out of him sitting in the pocket. Looked very aggressive.
Yeah, I don't really think Austin Story had much of a choice, because he was racy in that pocket right from the get-go. Tried to actually pull himself out of that spot early on in the mile, and I think he just eventually had to take him out of there, or it wasn't going to work out well anyways. And P.L. Oliver turned that challenge away, but it looks like we've got a pretty big upset in this one, Gary.
Well, you see why I said it was probably too close to call, because I didn't know which way to lean, and I thought, I'm going to do the one thing I almost never do in my life. Do the wise thing and say too close to call. And there is 5 Dragon Teen. Look at the price on 5 Dragon Teen. It's only 35-1, Rob.
You know what's crazy about that, though? You look down on the in the paper, and I mentioned it earlier. Actually, got the better of P.L. Oliver July 17th at Sarnia. That's a long time ago, but Dragon Teen doesn't know that, and found the winner circle today for Donnie Rankin. I know he'll be happy and all smiles in the winner circle. 36-1 on top. Be interesting to see what happens with this high five payout.
Yes, it's a very large high five. In fact, you might have to think that it wouldn't go, but there's some people looking at 5 Dragon Teen. You have 5, 1, 2, 4, 8, and the 8th editorial at 90-1 might be more of the reason why it doesn't go, especially with the 35-1 on top, Rob.
Yeah, definitely. Editorial, you start with a bomb, you finish with a bomb. That might be a recipe for a carryover. And, I mean, listen, if someone's got it, congrats to them. But if there's a carryover, it'll make the last race a lot more interesting.
Well, back in front of us is number 5, Dragon Teen, a 3-year-old. He's watching Bakehole, owned and trained by Johnny Rankin Jr., who's also the driver. 4th win this year, 4th lifetime. Dragon Teen, 157-1, the Prospect Series final in an upset. The 6th race payouts. 5 Dragon Teen, 7480, 1690, 1260, 1 PL Oliver, 280, 272 Snap Call, 540, $2 Exactor, $535, Dollar Tries, 744.45. The 20-cent pick 4, 1293.42. And a 20-cent high five, numbers 5, 1, 2, 4, and 8, $2,990.19. Ka-ching. The sixth race order finish from the top 2-3 scratch. 419-7586. That's 2-3 scratch, 419-7586.
Donnie Rankin Jr. is all smiles in the winner's circle there with Dragon Teen. He drives, trains, and owns that 3-year-old colt, taking down the final of the Prospect Series. And hey, how about that lucky ticket holder that took down the high five? $3,000 almost for a 20-cent wager. Congratulations to whoever had that one. Let's move on now to race number 7. It is the start of our late pick four, so start mapping out your winning wagers for that one. And it is the Prospect Series final for 3-year-old colts on the trots. And I went to number 1, Johnny Ping. So we just saw the parade of favorites come to an end with Dragon Teen, but I'm right back on a favorite again with number 1, Johnny Ping. And this one was a nice winner last time at Flamborough Downs from post 3, went to the front, kept on trucking all the way. That was in the Prospect Series, and earlier in the season raced, in the grassroots for a few starts, has been racing a non-winners of 2 frequently at Mohawk Park and at Georgian Downs. And I just think this one has, shown speed off the gate. If it gets away clean from the pole position, should be able to, get to the front in here and be pretty difficult to catch. For second, I went to number 2, Ranger Rob, who right now is a monstrous price at 16-1. Was a winner in the Prospect Series last time by a nose, and was also a winner 2 back, and non-winners of 1 or 5,000 life at Flamborough. So 2 in a row over that half-mile surface, and now gets a nice post to work from. I think Ranger Rob has a chance in here, and 16-1 on the board right now. I'd say he is the value. But Horoscope number 3, my third choice, isn't so bad either. Did tire to finish 4th, beating 3/4 of the length in his latest at Flamborough Downs in the Prospect Series, but has strung together a pretty good season. 17 starts, just 2 wins, but 12 finishes on the board. So Horoscope's one that you've got to consider to be in the mix, and you get Bruce Richardson aboard tonight. Wayne Henry hands the lines over to that teamster. So I think that, you got to look at Horoscope as a price play right now, 13-1 on the board. I think with Johnny Ping taking so much action right now at 3-5, creating value in some other places. And then for the 4th spot, I went to number 7, Arch Hall, and I see that many of the cappers here did use this one somewhere underneath. Just think that, if this one drew inside, you could probably put this one up on top or even in the second spot. Post 7, though, is always difficult here at Grand River. He won the leg of the Prospect Series last time, was racing in, Dream of Glory, the grassroots earlier in the season. So I think that, he's one you have to consider in here. Just a post is too difficult. But for me, I'm going to stick with number 1, Johnny Pig on top. Hopefully that price will float up a little bit. But there's some value and some horses underneath, and we'll discuss that a little further with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 7th on parade. And 1, Johnny Pig, Dan Henderson for Dr. Brett Anderson. Number 2, Ranger Rob, Brian Holiday for Dave Holiday and Ben Holiday. And number 3 is Horoscope. It's Bruce Richardson for Wayne Henry and Henry Stable and Daylon Farms. Number 4 is Jackson Storm, Tyler Moore for Alan Fair and Elizabeth Fair. 5 is Petro Dealin, Brian Madonna for Darrell Laver. Number 6, Insanity. It is Colin Kelly. Driving for Mike Timpano and Wendy Warren, Timpano and Seaspray Stables. And number 7 is Arch Hall, Paul McKenzie for Blake McIntosh and Hutt Racing and Jean-Christophe Blouf. 8 is Get to the Point, Wayne Henry for Henry Stable and High Stakes Incorporated. At 9 is Willie Wynn, Travis Henry for Bill Meegans. It's a field of 9, race number 7. And we'll start with a look at number 1, Johnny Pig, Ping, and Rub. This race has a real parallel to race number 4 when we had Always Watching sitting on the inside. And with a trailer post that we weren't sure if the trailer could follow Johnny, because Johnny Ping, I think, is going to make the front. We weren't sure if there was a trailer post there that could follow out Always Watching and trying to decide who would get the pocket. There's a real parallel to the 4th, but Johnny Ping should be firing to the front from the inside, would you not think?
I think so, yeah. Look at his last 3. Each of those efforts right to the top. Actually, 4 of his last 5, he made the lead by the quarter pole. And the reclassification, to the Prospect Series from the grassroots earlier in the season obviously proved positive in his latest. He went to the front. He held on by 3/4 of the length, but I thought it was a pretty solid victory for this 3-year-old gelding. And I just think that, the pole position is going to be the big part of it here. And he does show that one break on the card, one effort where he made multiple breaks. So that's a bit of cause for concern. But I do think that he gets a big post edge and might be the one that is in the best form right now at even money.
Now, the parallel between Ranger Rob and Johnny Ping is they both come in off back-to-back wins. They're both doing their best racing now because they both didn't have a win before 2 starts ago. And now they're coming in on back-to-back wins, both of them. Ranger Rob could maybe be the pocket sitter. Is that maybe how you see the early action going?
Well, I think so, especially after just seeing Ryan Holiday score this one down. Looks pretty good on the track as well. And I think that, he's going to try to hold position, that's for sure. And I'm not sure if the trailer, Willie Wynn, can necessarily maintain that position on the inside behind Johnny Ping. So Ranger Rob might be able to slide right over. And, 5-1. The price is coming down from what it was earlier. But, I do think that's still value on Ranger Rob. He's won 2 in a row, and he showed us some ability here at Grand River earlier in the season as well.
Now, I've really liked Horoscope, and he gave it up late, and Ranger Rob got by, and Horoscope is one, I think, though, that has a lot of gate speed and just might try to beat Johnny Ping to the front. Not sure if he can, but Horoscope's really impressed me in a lot of spots, and 8-1, Wayne Henry's having a nice year.
Yeah, I got speed off the gate for sure with this one, and I always talk about taking back value on a horse. So if you bet that race at Flamborough Downs last time in the Prospect Series and bet him at even money, you almost have to come back to him in the final because you're getting 8-1 now. So I mean, he finished 4th. He gave it up late. only got beat 3/4 of a length, and he can certainly rebound in here. So I would say he's a big overlay right now at 8-1. And if I had my money on him in that latest start, I'd probably be firing back on him tonight.
Now, people in this seventh race who don't turn the page, you have to look at 7 Arch Hall, because fired to the front at Flamborough from post 6 and was able to win in the Prospect Series last time out, winning by a length in 159. The only win this year, had 3 wins as a 2-year-old, but Arch Hall's coming in off of his best, and he can leave a bit too, 9-2.
And he was facing a lot tough earlier in the season, racing in the grassroots and picking up some pieces, against horses like Sweet Soul David, who's a real nice trotter. And you looked at, getting down into the Prospect Series, getting a win so he can, get into this final on September the 14th at Flamborough, and raced on just one day's rest in that one. So, post 7, I hate the post, that, Gary, but I think you do have to respect the chances of Arch Hall. It just depends how he can get off the gate. He does have speed, but we've seen a lot of horses try to leave from that spot, and it doesn't work out.
And Ontario Racing took 9 Willie Win on top. A bold move, 20-1. Probably going to follow out some good gate speed. The question will be whether Willie Win can be up there. The last 2 were post 6 and 5. The last time this one had a good post came first up and won at Clinton.
Yeah, that win was a decent one. And listen, you always say it to me, and I always say it. You like the 1, you got to like the 9. I didn't do it in this race, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Willie Win get a small piece of it, but I would be, surprised if he was ever to get the job done. 23-1, though, that's a big number.
Well, we'll see if we could take down 2 favorites in back-to-back races, but we both like on the inside the 6-5 Johnny Ping, who's lined up alongside Ranger Robin Horoscope. In the center, Jackson Storm and Petro Dealing. To the outside, Insanity, Arch Hall, and Get to the Point. And the second tier, Willie Win. Field of 9, race number 7. It is post time. Here they come. The 7th race trotters, the Prospect Series final for 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings, into the stretch drive. There at the start of the Robin, Horoscope flashes early speed. Johnny Ping, Ranger Rom, and Insanity is leaving with Arch Hall, and they work on around the turn. Johnny Ping on the inside, Horoscope on the outside. Insanity is racing third, and Ranger Rob is positioned fourth. Then it is Arch Hall as they work on down the backstretch. Horoscope is trying to get the better of Johnny Ping, but Johnny Ping on the inside with that post 1 advantage has got the lead. But Horoscope trying to open up a spot on the inside, but that spot is being filled by Insanity and Colin Kelly. And now Horoscope and Bruce Richardson looking for a seat on the pylons. Doesn't have it yet, but now is going to back into the 3-hole as it is a big hole. And then Ranger Rob is racing fourth and Arch Hall is fifth. 28-1's the opening quarter. Back in 6th is Petro Dealing as they work their way on around the turn. And then further back Jackson Storm and Get to the Point. And the field races their way off the turn and they come on towards us. Johnny Ping has the lead. Johnny Ping, Insanity, and Horoscope. Ranger Rob is on the outside, racing first over. Arch Hall follows Ranger Rob, and on the inside, Petro Dealing. Then it is back to Jackson Storm and Get to the Point. On into the backstretch they go. 58-2 is the halftime, and it is Johnny Ping who's got a lead of a length and a half, but Insanity is in the pocket. Here comes Ranger Rob, and Arch Hall set out 3 wide, and Paul McKenzie appears to have a lot of horse now within Arch Hall on the outside, who's moving up and is quickly taking over second. Johnny Ping, Arch Hall, Insanity on the inside, and now Get to the Point is moving up and has gotten into contention. 3/4 off of 58-2 halftime as they race through in that final turn. 3/4 was 129-4, and they're about to turn for home. It is Arch Hall on the outside, Johnny Ping on the inside, then Get to the Point, and Insanity is looking for the passing lane. On down the stretch drive they come. Johnny Ping, Insanity up the inside, Johnny Ping, Insanity. Insanity was crazy good up the inside when Johnny Ping was second. Then it was Arch Hall and Petro Dealing. We'll give you the mile time later as we had a problem with the timer, but no problem seeing the finish. And it was Insanity and Colin Kelly. 12-1. Rob.
12-1 on Insanity. And what kind of a season is Colin Kelly having here at Grand River? I mean, he's dominating for the driver's title, and what a steer here. He picks up the drive tonight. It must be nice to pick up the drive here on Insanity, and gets a nice 2-hole trip there up the passing lane. And I thought he was going to try to slide out actually down the backside. And then Arch Hall actually kind of slid over and prevented that, but it probably worked out better for him.
And you also saw Colin Kelly playing a little hardball there going to the quarter, wanting that pocket position. And Insanity, here is the slow motion finish. And I didn't say too close to calling that one because I'm not crazy. I knew that Insanity got there.
Yeah, gutsy Gary guy on that one. But I mean, yeah, I agree. It looked a little bit easier that time around, but it's a big price on a horse. I mean, I couldn't get to this one in the top 4. I just didn't know he could really get off the switch like that to get in position, and that's the key, right? In this race, we thought we wanted to know who was going to be sitting the 2-hole, and neither of us guessed that it would be number 6 Insanity. But leave it to Colin Kelly to work that out.
Well, it looked like it was going to be Horoscope, but Colin Kelly said, "No, Bruce, sorry, but I want the pocket because I think I'm good enough to do something with the pocket." It comes 6-1-7-5. We said you needed to look on the second page. Arch Hall put in a big mile.
Yeah, Arch Hall made a nice move, and I thought he might march right past Johnny Ping, but game effort from Johnny Ping because he was used pretty hard to get to the lead, and then kept on trucking after a bull challenge from Arch Hall in the last turn. So nice effort from that one as well. Arch Hall's one you watch for next time. Not easy to make that move, especially getting away from post 7.
It's a 6-1-7-5. Back in front of us is the winner. It is number 6 Insanity, a 3-year-old muscle mass bay colt, owned by Wendy Warren Timpano at Seaspray Stables. Mike Timpano, the trainer. Colin Kelly, the winning drive. It's the second win this year, second lifetime. Insanity. 2 minutes, 1/5. The 7th race, top 4 is 6-1-7-5. The 7th race payouts. 6 Insanity, $27.60, $9.471. Johnny Ping, $270, $220. 7 Arch Hall, $310. $2 Exactor, $121.70. $1 Try, $294.30. 20-cent Super is $670.57. And a 20-cent Pick 3, $287.96. The seventh race. Order of finish from the top, 285 641 379. That's 285 641 379.
Back-to-back bombs here at Grand River in the Prospect Series finals. Insanity getting it done at a big price. Driver Colin Kelly and trainer Mike Timpano. And, well, listen, maybe we'll see some more prices throughout the night. We got 3 races left. Next up, race number 8. It's the Prospect Series final for 2-year-old fillies on the pace. And I went to the inside of the gate again on this one, but post 2, and that's Marilou. I was hoping for a better price than 6-5 on this one. Just think that, when I look at the horses that are the main contenders in here, big difference in post. Not sure if there'll be a big difference in price, but right now there sure is, with number 2 Marilou being even money. Finished second last time to She's a Beauty here in a leg of the Prospect Series on September the 17th. Got away from the pole position in the 2-hole and could only get within a length of that rival. And you look down the page there, you see some nice efforts in the grassroots. Third to Do It for Josie at Hanover, and rallied from out of it on that occasion. And even a couple other spots there, picking up smaller shares at Mohawk Park against that rival as well. So I just think that the post is going to be a big part of this. Marilou's got speed off the gate. I think she should be forwardly placed, and that should give her a big edge over number 8. She's a Beauty, who is my second choice. And right now, looking at the odds board, it's a big discrepancy, 6-5 versus 8-1. I thought it'd be more like 2-1 and 3-1. So we'll see what happens come post time. But She's a Beauty, raced fantastic in the Prospect Series last time, wire to wire winner. That was from post 2 though. Before that, took on much tougher at Mohawk Park, and you go three back though, dominant winner in the Prospect Series. So both of her wins came, at this level. So you've got to, consider her. But how does she get there tonight? We've seen Travis Henry leave well from outside posts and get horses spotted nicely off the gate, but post 8's no joke here, folks, and I'm just not sure how it works out. But 7-1 is a good price. In the third spot, number 3 Million Angels for me. Just think this one's an improving type. Finished third last time, and was second in a Prospect Series event 3 starts ago. Good post to work from. Maybe sits a trip and can get a piece of it. I see Gary put Million Angels in the second spot. I went to the third spot. Number 5 Sable Amber, 2 starts lifetime, and another one. Last time Overland, a long way from post 7. Before that, third to She's a Beauty at Georgian Downs, 6-1 on the board, taking more support than I expected. So I was hoping for a bigger price on number 5 Sable Amber. Lightly raced, just third start of her career, but I think she can get a piece of it tonight. Odds right now are 6-1. But Marilou, hopefully the price will float up a little bit. 6-5, a little too short for my liking. She's a Beauty holding at 7-1. But we'll come back and talk about this final for 2-year-old fillies in the pace in the Prospect Series with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for race 8 on parade. 1 Ann's Credit. Bruce Richardson for Randy Jarvis and Jim Wilson. Number 2 is Marilou, Brent Donover, Darrell Laver, and Rick Ryer. Number 3 is Million Angels, Ryan Holiday for Gino Cicero. And 4 is Building Hope, Paul McKenzie for John Curran and Ken Curran. 5 is Subble Amber, Anthony Hunt for Otis Hall and Subble Hill Farms and Susseto Racing. 6, Lola Sunshine, Austin Surrey for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Donald Douglas and Bradley McNiven. Number 7 is Shotgun Shark, Jason Ryan for Jim Willison and Hut Racing. Number 8, She Is a Beauty, Travis Henry for Gerard Demers and J.R. Marois. And number 9 is Case Redder, Mark McKinnon, Dracomada Yellow, and Robert Burgess. Field of 9, race number 8. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Marilou, 3 to 5 on the board. We've had the chalk go down in the last 2 races. And this, I don't see Marilou being the kind of chalk of the last 2 that went down. So, to me, Marilou is way more vulnerable than Johnny Ping, as well as P.L. Oliver, but yet do like Marilou on top. Rob, your thoughts?
I agree with you. 3 to 5 is much too short a price on Marilou. I do like her on top. She's only got 1 win and 9 starts. She's hit the board in 5 of those efforts, though. The victory came here at Grand River, and it was a good one. It was a nice victory, parked a long way before getting up to win by a nose, but I don't think 3 to 5 is the appropriate price in this horse. I was thinking that the odds between Marilou and She's a Beauty, even with that outside post, would be pretty close. And right now they're oceans apart at 3 to 5 and 7 to 1.
And you talked about the driving the skills that Travis has shown from outside post positions. And if She's a Beauty can get reasonably spotted, She's a Beauty has measured as being better than Marilou, at least in some action against a head-to-head. She's a Beauty and Travis Henry, 6 to 1. Seems worth taking a shot.
Yeah, she's been dominant in the Prospect Series, and granted, those posts were the rail at Georgia and then the 2-hole here. But you look at the speed she's got, and it really matches up well against the rest of the field here. My big problem was I thought she'd be bet down to a low number and have to deal with that post. Now, if she stays at even 4 to 1, I think that's serious value on She's a Beauty. And again, those 2 wins were really of the devastating variety. So it just comes down to what Travis can do off the gate. Even if he can get away 4th or 5th and then maybe come at them, he could be tough. But that price is shriveling up in a hurry, Gary.
What also jumps out to me is the back half of 54 and 4 in that start September the 13th at Mohawk. And raced here only 4 days later, now comes back 7 days later. A lot of positives. Number 3, Million Angels in Ryan Holiday is one that I think is improving, racing better of late. And Million Angels actually was second to She's a Beauty back at Georgian Downs, August the 31st. Million Angels 9 to 1 can be a factor for a share, maybe even the winner share. 9 to 1 would be nice.
Yeah, 9 to 1's a nice price on Million Angels, just because post 3 to work from and a trip horse in here, and we've seen some trip horses win tonight, right? We've seen horses that maybe weren't really the best pound for pound in the race and the way the race played out, but they got the better trip and were able to get the job done. And I can see that happening with Million Angels, because I think you're right. She's an improving type, and if you look at her recent form, it's been a lot better. And 2 starts back, you can pretty much just look at that one and say, well, I'll forgive her for getting beat 11 lengths, finishing 7th to Ivory Hanover, who was a rock-solid winner on that occasion at Mohawk Park. So 10 to 1 on the board right now, Million Angels. I can get behind that.
Number 5, Sobble Amber, is more lightly raced than the others in here, and those starts in the Prospect Series, both tough post positions, now gets at least a more reasonable spot on the gate. If there's a horse that could step up and improve, it might be Sobble Amber.
Yeah, third start of her life and taking serious support, really, when you think about it. 7-1 on the board right now. I know she's 6-1 in the morning line. I had her pegged more around 15-1 or even as high as 20-1. So taking serious support, and those efforts aren't bad considering the post, and she's still learning, right? The other horses all have, significantly more starts than what she has at just 2 lifetime starts so far. And I think she's got a chance in here. I put her in the 4th spot, but maybe she'll outperform that ranking.
And we had 9K's Rider on the screen there for a moment. Has measured up reasonably well. Trailer post, but interesting to see if K's Rider could follow up Marilou.
Yeah, picked up a check in her last 3, and that post 9 can be one that's favorable. If it works out off the gate, and if she gets forwardly placed, I can see her getting a share of it.
And at a nice price of 16-1. It's a field of 9. Race number 8 taking up their positions. The Prospect Series, a 2-year-old pacing fillies. And credit Marilou, Million Angels on the inside. Building Hope in Subtle Amber. In the center, the outside Lola Sunshine, Shotgun Shark, and She Is a Beauty. And the second tier, K's Rider. It's a field of 9, 8th race. There at the start of the rough, Marilou and Ann's credit, Million Angels and Sobble Amber. She's a Beauty's going to gun from the outside and try to find position as they work on around the turn. And it is Marilou. Marilou has got the lead right now. Ann's credit on the inside. Sobble Amber continues to drive, and then racing on the inside. That is K's Rider, and now She's a Beauty has a seat on the inside 5th, and now pressing on. Sobble Amber is going to surf up and take the lead. Marilou's racing position 2nd, and 3rd is Ann's credit, opening quarter 27-4, and then K's Rider is racing 4th, and She Is a Beauty back there in 5th. In front of Million Angels and Lola's Sunshine, and then Building Hope. The field works their way off the turn, and they come on towards us. And right now it is Sobble Amber who has the lead. Sobble Amber and Marilou as they race their way up towards the half. Sobble Amber cruising along. Sharp opening quarter 27-4. Has a lead of a length and 3/4, and the halftime was recorded by Sobble Amber in 57-4. Got a 30-second second panel breather, and Marilou is second, studying Sobble Amber from a closer pocket ride now. K's Rider to the outside at 19-1 is working first over. Ann's credit to the inside, and She's a Beauty is spotted within striking distance, second over. And then on the outside, as the field works their way on down the back stretches, Million Angels. And then on the inside, Lola's Sunshine, but it is still Sobble Amber, the one to beat. 3/4 coming up next. Sobble Amber, Marilou, been bravening up in the pocket. K's Rider getting submerging and is 2 1/4 off the lead. 3/4, 127-1. She Is a Beauty is out 3 wide, and Million Angels, and on the inside, Ann's credit, and then Lola's Sunshine. But it is Sobble Amber as they turn for home. Sobble Amber and Marilou up the inside. Sobble Amber just keeps on trucking. Sobble Amber, Marilou, then She Is a Beauty, and it appeared to be Million Angels, but Sobble Amber scores in race number 8. Sobble Amber is on the board, Rob, at that game 4-1, but a very fine effort by Sobble Amber, 3rd career start.
She took a lot of support, Gary. That's a lot of support for Sobble Amber. So, a 4-1, I would say is a short price, but also one you need to kind of take notice of. 3rd lifetime start, short on experience, but certainly not short on talent tonight. This one, got to the lead, and it was pretty easy when you look at it in the stretch here. Anthony Hahn, just a slap of the wheel disc, and that was about all she needed to accelerate away from her rivals. And, you said it, though, right? Post 8, post 7, post 5 is a totally different kettle of fish here, and she was able to get to the lead and was much the best.
Well, and driven conservatively in those first 2 because of the post position, but not conservatively here in the final. So Sobble Amber proved. And also the other thing is more lightly raced, so there was more room to maybe see improvement, and that improvement materialized right here.
Oh, for sure. You 3rd lifetime start. We see these horses, at the age of 2 can make big leaps between starts. So you're right. It's only her 3rd lifetime start. So she's got a bigger margin to make that improvement. And she did tonight to get the job done. Marilou didn't race poorly. I mean, she left out. secured the 2 hole, and I think she wanted the front but couldn't hold off Sobel Amber and ended up finishing in that second spot.
Yeah, and Marilou also had a full chance because the trip was fine enough. It was just that Sobel Amber was better. And then we also got She's a Beauty was able to at least pick up a spot. I believe She's a Beauty got third. And She's a Beauty raced well. It did finish third, and Million Angels was able to round out the ticket.
Yeah, She's a Beauty left out so hard from the outside, ended up getting away fifth. Thought maybe she'd be spotted well, actually, in that spot, but she just, couldn't close into these ones, but did race, well in the end of it to grab the show spot.
It is a 5-2-8-3, but coming back in front of us is number 5, Sobel Amber. 2-year-old Better Than Shetter Bay filly owned by Sobel Hill Farms and Necessita Racing. Otis Hall, the trainer. Anthony Hahn, the winning driver. Sobel Amber's first career win. Prospect Series final 2-year-old at Pacing Fillies. Eighth race payouts 5 Sobel Amber 1090 483 70. 2 Marilou 290 260. 8 She's a Beauty 320. $2 exactor, $26.50. Try, $49.65. Superfecta, $118.75. Eighth race order finish from the tops is 624-917-835. That's 624-917-835.
Sobel Amber getting it done in the Prospect Series final in race number 8. One to keep an eye on. That was a nice victory for that 2-year-old filly who's gotten better with every start. Well, time flies when you're having fun. We got just 2 races left. You know what that means? Your last chance to play a multi-leg wager. The late double starts right here in race 9, and it's one of our last 2 finals of the Prospect Series. This one's for 3-year-old fillies on the trot. And well, I couldn't go against the 9 Stonebridge Nitro, 11-1 right now on the board. That is a big time price on this daughter of Muscle Mass. Trailing post, listen, I don't like that spot, even though she does get to follow a good one, number 1 Radical JJ. But I just think that her last 3 efforts were all impressive wins. Went right from the condition claimers to the Prospect Series. She won by half a length 3 back at Flamborough. Dominant winner here at Grand River 2 back, and then went back to Flamborough to win a leg of the Prospect Series, and was racing well in the Prospect Series even earlier in the season too. So I just think one you have to consider in here, and I'm not quite sure why the price is so big right now at 7-1 with a lot of us handicappers on board. In fact, all of us on board here at Grand River liking her chances in the final of the Prospect Series. Number 1, Radical JJ, great post to work from. Finished second at Stonebridge Nitro last time, and was third from the 7 hole at Hanover, and a leg of the Prospect Series 3 back, and was a winner actually by a neck, even on September 5th at Flamborough Downs. So you gotta like that one's chances from the pole position, but even money to me is a little too short, especially when you can take a horse that actually beat her last time and take 7 times the price. Number 9, Stonebridge Nitro. Number 4, Petro Angel. This is an outsider I keep an eye on in here. I think Petro Angel's got a lot of ability and, post 4 to work from. You see some breaks on the card, but she can mind her manners tonight with Brett McDonald aboard. She can get a big piece of this. I think 11-1's a good price on number 4, Petro Angel. I would not be surprised to see her get, somewhere up on the trifecta, or maybe even cause the upset at a nice price. We've seen some prices tonight, and maybe she'll be another one. Number 8, Top of the Bar. Well, it's the post for her. I can't get to her in the win ticket because the post position is just too difficult from out there in the 8-hole. But definitely a lot of ability with this one. You see the Prospect Series win 3, Brack just jogged at Hanover from post 6. So maybe Mark Etzel can get her into the race, but I just think a smaller share is more likely for number 8, Top of the Bar. I'm going to stick with number 9, though, Stonebridge Nitro, especially at 5-1, hoping that price stays up there come post time. Love her chances in here, but we'll talk about this race a little more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 9th race on parade. One Radical JJ, Ron Road for Sean Stacy and David Reed, and came Alex Stable and Carmen Crysdale and Bruno DePoche. Number 2 is Darling Please, Bruce Richardson for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. Number 3, The Last Dance, Will McKenzie for Keith Jones and David Jim King. Number 4 is Petro Angel, Brett Padana for Daryl Laver. And number 5 is Denise, Travis Henry for Bill Meegans. Number 6 is Young Miss Ellie, Aaron Byron for Adrian Hickey and James Edward Lewis. Number 7 is All Muscle and Sass, Ryan Holetti for Keith Jones and Maggie Jones and Jody Simmons. Number 8 is Top of the Bar, Mark Etzel for Robert Newton and Graham Hopkins and Peter Porter. And number 9, Stonebridge Nitro, Robert Shepard for Melissa Lamoureux. Field of 9, race number 9. Well, Rob, the odds have come down now on Stonebridge Nitro. Probably more where you might have thought they'd be, 2-1. I note that you have the 9 in this race and the next one, so you're willing to go to the trailer post and back-to-back, but I was willing to go there with you because I think Stonebridge Nitro has just looked outstanding.
Yeah, I think she's been getting better with every start too. You know, that race at Flamborough was a nice victory from post 2. Went to the front, but really impressed me in that effort here at Creighton River when came from off the pace and scored going away, then came right back again to win in the Prospect Series. You know, 3 victories. She only had 1 win in 13 starts prior to that streak, and now has really boosted her win percentage. 6-5 on the board now, Gary. They were just teasing me with that big number earlier.
There's number 1, Radical JJ, and has that inside post. Now, didn't show a lot of gate speed in a bunch of starts, but in that last one, did get away a little bit better and then battled well and was second to Stonebridge Nitro. So a good measuring stick. So definitely worthy of strong consideration, 5-2.
This one's raced pretty well in her sophomore season, and 2 starts back, winning by a neck over Top Hall and Insanity, who we already saw win tonight. So there's some good form references there, and I just think that you look at these two, they kind of stand out, Radical JJ and Stonebridge Nitro, and one will start right behind the other. But right now, I don't like the direction the price has gone. 3-5 now on Stonebridge Nitro and 5-2 on Radical JJ.
Number 4, Petro Angel, is a little bit concerning. Shows making breaks, but if she stays flat, she could be a factor. But then last race, that was the first start after making an early break to start before it. Brett McDonald sent this one out and was smooth, but then did tire in the late going. So I know the Petro Angel has some nice ability, but that last race, I wasn't sure why it is that she tailed off, because I expected her to keep going there.
Yeah, recent form, an obvious concern, I'd say. But if you go down further, August 8th, had the rail at Clinton and made every call a winning one. Actually beat Stonebridge Nitro. Now, Stonebridge Nitro has actually improved by leaps and bounds since then. But I just think, Petro Angel is one that, if you're looking for one to cause the upset in here, 15-1's a big number on this filly. And if you kind of were able to look past her most recent efforts, you see some pretty good ones at the bottom of the page. So I like her to get a piece of it, and I wouldn't be surprised if even maybe she worked her way into the exacta or maybe even got the victory.
Number 8, Top of the Bar, is 19-1 on the board and would be way lower if she had a spot towards the inside of the gate. But I'll tell you one scenario that could work out for Top of the Bar. There's a lot of horses, if you look in the program, down towards the inside that show early breaks. If a lot of horses go off stride, or even a few, Top of the Bar leaving a bit might be able to find a way to get out and then get over a little easier. That can often work with some younger trotters.
Yeah, there could be some holes for her to drop into, that's for sure. And you look at her post; she's no stranger to difficult post positions. Post 7 last time at Flamborough. She shows a post 7 at Hanover in the Dream of Glory final. I mean, just the fact that she made the Dream of Glory final, it should tell you that she's got some big time ability. It came down to post for me. If she drew inside, I think she'd be one of the favorites in here. 13-1's a good number. If you can stomach that difficult starting spot, might be worth taking a shot on.
9, Stonebridge Nitro, all the way down to 3-5 on the board. I tell you, I'd be willing to take a shot at the 13-1, because I'm a little concerned how Stonebridge Nitro is going to get off the gate, who Stonebridge Nitro will follow out, and we'll see how that unfolds right now. Radical JJ, Darling Please, and the last dance on the inside. Petro Angel and Denise into the outside. Yell Miss Ellie, All Muscle and Sass, and Top of the Bar. And the second tier, Stonebridge Nitro. It's a field of 9. It's race number 9, the Prospect Series final for 3-year-old trotting fillies. Field for the 9th race, gathering speed, approaching the start. And Radical JJ went off stride. The last dance is going to leave well. The last dance, and Denise, and then Petro Angel. Top of the Bar was able to get over to the pylons a little bit better. Now is on the inside, racing 5th. Is grabbing 4th. Is going to be All Muscle and Sass on the outside, though. All Muscle and Sass now comes over to the pylons 4th, and Top of the Bar is 5th away. Then Stonebridge Nitro is 6th in early action, but the last dance was able to waltz out and get the lead at 40-1. Leads it by 2 1/4. Petro Angel is 2nd. Denise is racing 3rd. All Muscle and Sass, and then Top of the Bar. And Stonebridge Nitro and Radical JJ as the field works their way on to the opening quarter and past the quarter at 29-3. The last dance at 40-1. Leads it for Paul McKenzie by a couple of lengths. Racing position 2nd is Petro Angel. And Denise is on the inside 3rd. Now here comes Top of the Bar, moving on the outside. Top of the Bar is coming first up and is taken over 3rd. Denise is racing 4th, and Stonebridge Nitro is following Top of the Bar. And Radical JJ's on the outside, and All Muscle and Sass is on the inside. Hits the last dance, and Paul McKenzie with the lead, but Top of the Bar's made it up to 2nd down. And then goes off stride. And racing second, Petro Angel. So now Stonebridge Nitro is working first over. Stonebridge Nitro now is coming flying on the outside against the Last Dance. And the Last Dance trying to fend off Stonebridge Nitro. Stonebridge Nitro at 7-5. The Last Dance at 40-1. They're stride for stride. Up a half of 1 minute and 4 3/4 is recorded as they race in the final turn at 1:30-4. And Radical JJ's made a huge recovery. Stonebridge Nitro, Radical JJ, the Last Dance, Denise, and then Petro Angel. They turn for home. Stonebridge Nitro, Radical JJ. They come on down the stretch ride. Stonebridge Nitro is duck in at the finish. Radical JJ was second. Then Denise finishing third. And fourth was Petro Angel. We'll give you the mile time coming up shortly, but Rob, that's not quite the way we would have drawn it up. But Stonebridge Nitro did get home in front and dug in really nicely at the finish. Looked like there was more in the tank.
Yeah, they don't. They don't put that when you're cashing your ticket. They don't grade you on your trip handicapping, because I didn't see this one coming. I mean, obviously, I thought Stonebridge Nitro could win from off the pace, but Radical JJ made a break at the start, and I thought that her chances were done for at that point. Made a huge recovery, only got beat by a slim margin, really, at the wire there. And Stonebridge Nitro, ended up spotted second over behind top of the bar. That one breaks right in front of her, and then she's left to trot first over, and got past the Last Dance, and then hangs on at the wire. And the price floated up a little bit, so we got a little bit of a better price than what she was just before the word go.
Yeah, the judges have the inquiry sent up pertains to one Radical JJ, but it certainly won't matter in terms of whether 9 Stonebridge Nitro got a fair start, because, well, didn't really matter if she got a fair start because she got the job done. But that was really impressive by Radical JJ, making that early break and recovering. And then it was interesting with Top of the Bar. It looked good for a while there. Top of the Bar was able to, as I suggested, maybe find a spot, leave a bit and get over, but then made a break.
You called it dead on. There was breakers off the gate, which let Top of the Bar get to a nice spot, and then I think she was going to get a big piece of it. I really do. She was first over against a real big price horse on the lead, so I think she would have been the one to forge to the front, and then maybe Stonebridge Nitro would have ran her down, but it's unfortunate that she jumped it off.
Well, back in front of us, the one that we thought was the best really put on a show in the stretch and dug in nicely. Stonebridge Nitro wins a fourth in a row. 3-year-old Muscle Mass Bay filly, owned by Melissa Lamoureux, trained by Melissa. Robert Shepard, the winning drive. It's the 5th win this year in Lifetime, 4th in a row. Stonebridge Nitro, 201-4. Fans note the judge's ruling that one Radical JJ did not violate the braking regulations, and also ruling all horses receive a fair start. 9154. The ninth race payouts: 9 Stonebridge Nitro 480, 270, 231 Radical JJ 280, 240, and 5 Denise 550. $2 exactor is $780, dollar try $21.70, dollar super $82.35. Ninth race order finish from the top is 287439561. That's 287439561.
Stonebridge Nitro getting it done in the 9th Prospect Series champion. And now we've got one race left, the finale. And you know what that means. Time for the Super High Five, or as Gary calls it, the Pentafecta. My favorite wagers here. We saw the last one paid almost $3,000, so make sure you start mapping out your winning tickets for this wager. It is the Prospect Series final for 2-year-old colts on the pace. Our last championship event and race of the evening. And I went to number 9. I'm King Khan. And back-to-back post 9s for me in here. And listen, I don't know how this one gets off the gate. I mean, gets to follow away La Playa Deo, and that one does show some speed. So does River Cruise, the 2. But you look at that effort, 2 starts back at Kawartha the Downs. He won by nearly 17 lengths and 153-4. Source has, taken on some difficult foes throughout the season as well, racing the Battle of Waterloo elimination and the grassroots, and was one that I think it was kind of meant to be a good one for Dr. Ian Moore, and now has a chance to take down the final of the Prospect Series. We'll have to do it from the second tier, but I think he can do just that. 7-5 on the board. I probably thinking this one goes off at around 6-5 or even money, with that victory in the Prospect Series really standing out as a dominant performance 2 back. And for second, number 3, Messiah. This one's racing on the grassroots in his last 2. Finished third to Chickaboom, one that I'm very fond of at over racing at Mohawk Park. That was at Clinton, though, 2 starts back, September the 5th. And, got a win in the Prospect Series, and a pretty easy one at Clinton on August the 15th. One you've got to consider. Does have a little bit of speed off the gate, can get away well, and I think get a big piece of number 3, Messiah, though. I think over-bet at 8-5 right now. Number 4, Final Cheese Recipe, off 2 wins in a row in the Prospect Series. Got to, at least respect that. 13-1, that price kind of shocks me. Gary went to this one on top, and I don't mind that play. I think this one's got a big chance, but that price right now at 12-1 is a big-time overlay. Number 6, Shadow Moon Rising, was a $115,000 yearling. Has hit the board in 4 of 8 this season. Hasn't broken through with a victory yet, but I think one that you have to consider somewhere on the ticket. I put this horse in the 4th spot. See, Gary put him in the 2nd spot. Have to use this one in your Super High 5. He's been one that's been hitting the board with frequency, especially in the Prospect Series, and I think he can do that again tonight, even from post 6. And then I went to the rail. You got to look at the rail, don't you? Especially at a price of 40-1. La Playa Deo. We see the horse, the one horse, land on the high 5 so often. And sometimes they're a big price, and right now La Playa Deo, a real big number at 40-1. I think he can probably just try to sit a favorable trip and then get a piece of it late. So I could see him finishing 4th or 5th in here, and if that number holds up, maybe you add some value to the bottom end of that ticket. But we'll come back and do it one more time with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for race number 10 on parade. 1 is La Playa Deo, Paul McKenzie for John Lougheed and Dorian DeJong. Number 2 is River Cruise, Jason Ryan for Paul Reed and Nora Parks. 3 is Messiah, Scott Coulter for Greg McNair and Howard Taylor. And number 4 is Final Cheese Recipe, Tyler Jones for Blake McIntosh and Kim and Dan Sargent. 5 is Book Solid, Ryan Holiday for Louis Gregg and Vicky Gregg. And number 6, Shadow Moon Rising, Travis Henry for Dale Fritz and Rick Ryer and Paul Berberick. And 7 is scratch. Number 8 is Words Escape Me, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Thomas Braunhurst and Donald Douglas and Shirley Griffin. And number 9 is I'm King Khan. It's Dale Spence for Dr. Ian Moore. And Princeton Farms and Joanne McComb. And Dale Spence shares in ownership. Field of 8, race number 10, the Prospect Series final for 2-year-old pacing colts in the final dash of the night. And we're going to stay right there with number 9, I'm King Khan. We'll see if you can get the second half of your 9-9 late double home, Rob. 8-5 as the favorite. 18.5 length winner at Kawartha, September the 4th. But that last race at Mohawk raced well to the top of the stretch, but kind of tailed off.
Yeah, it was. It's against a lot tougher though, right? That's Dynamite's peak, and Caporal, Century, Invictus. I know he tails off in that effort, but I think it's a much tougher group. They gave him a shot back in the grassroots again off that real sharp victory at Kawartha Downs. But I saw that race live, and I mean he was under a firm grip the entire mile at Kawartha, and his lone start in the Prospect Series, and was the easiest kind of winner, obviously, with a victory over 16 lengths. There was a couple of breakers in the field, but the ones that stayed flat weren't even able to stay in his time zone. So I just think if he can just get away reasonably well off the gate, he's going to be difficult to beat.
Number 3, Messiah, is getting a lot of love at 9-5 and had 3 really good races. The last one, you mentioned racing at Mohawk, 54-3. It's a solid mile in the grassroots, but was third in the grassroots at Clinton in 58-2.
Yeah, and Messiah is an interesting one to me. I was hoping he'd be a bigger price. 9-5 right now. He's the favorite, and that effort at Clinton was a good one, and that kind of caught my eye. And you look at the last two, both against tougher in the grassroots. 2 back at Clinton. I like that effort because Chickaboom is one that I feel really strongly about, and he won last night at Mohawk Park. And had him on top in the Horse Players Journal. A little humble brag there, but I just think that Messiah has a post edge, obviously, on number 9. I'm King Kong. But I do think that that other rival is the better one of the two. So I don't like the price at 9-5. I'd like him better if he was more like 5-2 or 3-1.
Now, number 4, Final Cheese Recipe, has the form coming in. Tough last race, still got the job done.
Yeah, I was surprised, actually, this horse is holding at 7-1 right now. This is your top choice, right, Gary?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Gary trying to get a number down in the finale, and I don't mind this pick at all. I thought he'd take more support than 7-1. Be surprised if he actually goes off of that number come post time. 2 in a row. It's got to be brimming with confidence, both in the Prospect Series and one that's trending in the right direction. So a decent enough post to work from, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him be in the mix of the wire. Just went up a point to 8-1.
Number 6, Shadow Moon Rising, was right there with the Final Cheese Recipe last time out. Now the difference, Final Cheese had the much tougher trip, but Shadow Moon Rising doesn't have a win yet, but does hit the board often.
Yeah, 4 starts out of 8 in the money, and first start for Dale Fritz now, and it was a $115,000 yearling, the most expensive yearling in the race, son of Shadow Play. And you look at this one, you just think, okay, post 6. If he can get off the gates, that's really the key here, because he's one that races well when he gets forwardly placed. It's going to be difficult, but you see who's driving him, Travis Henry, and we've been noting that he's been a magician lately for getting these ones off the gate from outside posts.
And we just saw number 1, La Playa Deo, and one of the things, one play all year has been in the high 5 to use the 1 somewhere on the ticket.
Yeah, you've got to do it, right? It's so hard to not use the 1, and I think La Playa Deo is actually a pretty decent gelding too. He's finished second in his last 3 and has hit the board in 4 of 8 this season. Has done better since moving to the Prospect Series, and I just think that you got to use him. 14-1 is probably the right price on him. Earlier when he was 40-1, that was a little bit crazy, but I think that but he should have every right to land somewhere on that high 5 ticket.
And one we didn't touch on is number 2, River Cruise. We saw Jason Ryan in the winner's circle earlier this evening, and this one raced well last time out. That missing line, second beaten 5.5. The winner was long gone. Mile of 57 shows enough to be a factor. Also has a post and some form.
Yeah, taking some support too at 6-1. Hasn't won yet, but has hit the board in 5 of 7. That's a pretty good percentage for landing in the money. So River Cruise, I've seen some nice efforts from this one. I've also seen some that are a little bit underwhelming. So it'll be interesting to see what version of River Cruise comes out tonight. Good post to work from, and on the right trip, he could be right there.
Well, he's coming in 3 days after his last one. So right now we're looking at number 9, I'm King Khan. Now 2-1. That price about where you thought it would be, or maybe even a little higher than maybe.
Well, you look at the pick four. He's a big favorite in the pick four, $454.20, $7 in the double. I mean, you would say 8 to 5's value on him compared to his double price. That's for sure. I thought he'd be probably 6 to 5 or even money in here. So he's a little bit higher than that right now, but there's still a little more time for money to pour in on him. I would say 8 to 5's not a bad price.
Yeah, the value has come down now in Final Cheese Recipe, 4-1, and Messiah is come back up at 3-1. The tote board is kind of telling the story more reasonably now, but still, I do like that 17-1 shot, La Playa Deo. I'm not sure if La Playa Deo has it in him to win here, but still does bring in the form and has that inside advantage.
And he's showing too that he can get away well off the gate, and the pole position can always help a horse leave even better. And I think that that's going to be the plan with him, to get spotted early and hopefully get a piece of it late. So 17-1 on La Playa Deo. He's getting overlooked right now, which I guess is a surprise, especially from the best post. But I certainly think he can get a big piece of it.
Well, Rob, your top five are 9, 3, 4, 6, 1. You're playing back-to-back nines. You've got half of the late double in, looking for the other half with I'm King Khan, and now is holding at an enticing enough price at 2-1 for you to use the I'm King Khan and get that large 9-9 double. Not large in price, but a large pick to go 9-9 in back-to-back. I admire that one, Rob.
A little Wayne Gretzky action, right? You can't go wrong when you're siding with the great one.
It's a field of 8 for race number 10. Rob's got the great one, but I'm going with the 4 Final Cheese Recipe at 7-2 on the board. It's La Playa Deo and River Cruise on the inside. In the center, Messiah, Final Cheese Recipe, and Book Solid to the outside. Shadow Moon Rising, Words Escape Me, and the second tier, I'm King Khan. It's a field of 8, race number 10. Final Dash, Prospect Series Final, 2-year-old Pacing Colts. They're at the start of the rough. River Cruise, Final Cheese Recipe, La Playa Deo, Shadow Moon Rising, and then I'm King Kong gets a and making a break in stride, Final Cheese Recipe. And on the inside, La Playa Deo, River Cruise, Shadow Moon Rising is still caught on the outside. As they race the backstretch, River Cruise is trying to cruise right out and get the lead over La Playa Deo. Shadow Moon Rising caught on the outside. Shadow Moon Rising wants to drive up now for Travis Henry and make it to the lead, and I'm King Khan is still working on the outside. Shadow Moon Rising's got the lead. I'm King Khan on the outside, racing third, River Cruise, and then La Playa Deo and Messiah as they work on around the turn. It is I'm King Khan on the outside, looking to clear. Shadow Moon Rising as they race through up to the half of a 28-4 opening quarter, and I'm King Khan was able to take over. Shadow Moon Rising is racing second, River Cruise third. La Playa Deo now is going to play on the outside. Then Messiah, way back, Booked Solid, Words Escape Me, and Final Cheese Recipe. They raced their way on past the half. The opening quarter was 28-4. We'll give you the half when we get it. And it is I'm King Khan who's got the lead for Dale Spence. And that lead is about 2.5 or 3. Shadow Moon Rising, River Cruise on the outside is working up on the outside. Now has got a share of second. And now has second alone and is trying to reel in I'm King Khan, who's on the board at even money. But here comes River Cruise. River Cruise at 7-1. And La Playa Deo is playing a closer third. Then it is Messiah. Shadow Moon Rising drops back on the inside, 3/4, 127-1 off a half of 57-1. And it is I'm King Khan, River Cruise, La Playa Deo, and Messiah. I'm King Khan trying to hold on. River Cruise in the center of the track has dead aim as they come on down the lane. And now it is River Cruise, and on the inside, Messiah. It's close between Messiah and River Cruise, La Playa Deo, and I'm King Khan. The 3/4 was 127-1. We'll give you the mile time when we get it. Interesting finish. Might have been Ricky Bobby, Jason Ryan, and River Cruise, but it is close to the finish as flying up the inside. We get to Messiah. And Rob, I'm King Khan. Worked really hard, but just didn't have it in the stretch.
Yeah, no, he tired late. I thought he looked fantastic actually to the half and even three quarters, but you could see him shorten stride and was getting pretty tired late in the late stages. I love keeping it inside in these high fives, Gary. You know that, and as the way it actually plays out, it looks like we've got the inside four horses, the 1, 2, 3, and 9, all finishing in the top four.
Yeah, Jason Ryan pulling another upset. He scored a win earlier this evening and gets the job done again. And there's Scotty Coulter up the inside with Messiah. So an interesting finish to a night that had some races that didn't go quite exactly to the form. But it was Jason Ryan getting the job done with River Cruise, Rob.
Yeah, exciting way to end the night there. Photo to win, and River Cruise gets up. And you had mentioned this one being one that you thought could break through, and what a way to break his mate, and he does it in the final of the Prospect Series. And Messiah, made it closer. Slick steer by Scott Coulter. Moving to the outside, then back down to the inside and almost getting there. And La Playa Deo was one that we thought could be there at a price and get a piece of it, and did exactly that. Paul McKenzie spotted that one second over, and he did well to finish third.
Well, we did the inside post positions were the place to look in this final one, and La Playa Deo was solid. I'm King Khan. I don't think you can fault that effort. Had to do a lot of work and spent a lot of energy.
Yeah, you left out really hard. Was right on the helmet actually of River Cruise, and then just kind of kept on marching to get to the lead, and faded to finish fourth. Not a terrible performance by any stretch, and words escape me. An 8-horse lands on the bottom end of the high five, and that usually helps the payout.
Well, coming back in front of us is number 2, River Cruise, a 2-3-1-9-8 to top 5, and it is to River Cruise, a 2-year-old better than Shetter Bay Gelding. Owned by Nora Parks, Paul Reed, the trainer, Jason Ryan with the driving double on the evening. It's the first win for River Cruise, 158-2. The 10th race payouts to River Cruise, $1749.610. 3 Messiah, $610, $391. La Playa Deo, $790. $2 exactor is $68.10. Try $155.15. Double $65.50. 20-cent high five. Number is 23198, 1,440.06. Ka-ching. 20-cent pick 4. 4 of 4. Also a ka-ching. 2,536.34. The 10th race rundown. 312-768, scratch 5-4. That's 312-768, scratch 5-4. Well, that does conclude the Friday night harness racing program. Note that racing action resumes. We have 2 more days of racing action. Note racing on this Monday. Our first dash on a Monday evening is 6:30 5 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.
Good night, Gary Guy.
Good night, Robert. Yeah. Really? No. You hate the Bills. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. 6 nights a week. I don't do Sunday night.